Yes. You're welcome to today's class. I believe we all had a very restful night. You're all welcome. And once again, my name is Edith, the administrator of Transformation College of Business and Technology. All right, so we don't intend to waste a single minute today. Okay, and I would quickly share my screen. Okay, please, can you all see my screen? I hope you can see my screen. I hope you can hear me loud and clear. All right, good morning once again, and welcome to today's class. We would like to inform everybody that admission is on for those who wish to study at Transformation College of Business and Technology come 2024. You can log on to our website. All right, you can log on to our website or click on this admission link. Mercy, can you please share this link in the chat room, Mother? Okay, click and register if you have your children and you wish for them to study at Transformation College. You can have them register to study with us. And of course, I believe you're getting value for your time and quality education on our free course or free 12 weeks program. And this is the kind of value that we are passionate about imbibing into our students. So they can click and register and we take it up from there. Right. Today we're on the third week of our study, being 21st October. So we'll be looking at under Student Excellence Program. We're taking the topic on ethics, and then would take the course on ISO 31000, talking about risk management. And of course, business analysis will be taking the strategy analysis and business analysis process model today. And that's why we're starting an hour early today or hour earlier, so we can really have to cover all we have list today. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, without waste of time, we would like to introduce the first speaker who will be taking us, or rather the first trainer who will be taking us on the topic ethics, Mrs. Adebanke Fajana. Right, Mrs. Adebanke is a management specialist with over 20 years of experience in strategy, operations, and human resource management. She began her career in law, but later moved into business management where her passion lies. In the course of her career, she has developed various management strategies and that drive optimal operational performance to achieve the overall organizational objectives, while also developing the human resource capacity or skill required for successful implementation. She is currently the head of strategy and planning in a government agency, and she is married with children. Ladies and gentlemen, you can put your thunderous clap in the chat room, right, while we welcome the first trainer for today, Mrs. Adebanke. You're welcome, madam. You can take it up from there. I would stop sharing my screen so you can share your screen and take it up from there. All right, madam, I hope you can share your screen. Madam, can you say something and let's hear your voice while we wait for your screen to be shared.
Edith, can you confirm if you can hear me now?
Yes, loud and clear. Loud and clear. We can hear you.
All right.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. How are we all doing? I believe we all had a very, very good and restful night.
Right.
This morning, we are going to talk about ethics. And when I was told to talk about ethics, I first smiled and I asked myself, who wouldn't know about ethics? And you see, that lies the problem. Everybody takes it for granted that we know about ethics, we understand what ethics are, we understand morality and all that. And so most of the time, we just tend to relegate it to the background and never really think about it. But today, we might not be talking about what you already don't know. Maybe a few things that you may not have heard before, I doubt, but just a few things to bring to the fore of our minds what ethics are, what business ethics are, what personal ethics are, and what we need to do when we talk about ethics. So quickly before we start, I want to put this out. Now, I would like to put this out that I love an interactive class. I don't want to just talk, and assume everybody's listening to me while nobody is. So I'm going to put this out here just to break a little bit of the ice, chip it up at the edge, and find out what our opinions are about what we are looking at. The first thing we are looking at on the top right-hand corner is an advert that says, less wrinkles in a month. To anybody, please feel free to drop your comments in the chat box. I'll just take a few. Or if you want to talk, you can raise your hand. I will call you so that you can talk. And the top right-hand corner, does this bring any ethical issues or dilemma or questions to your mind? Face up, there's an advert on the top right-hand corner that says you should use a product, and within a month, you will see less wrinkles. Anybody? If I don't get anybody, I am the facilitator. I will call somebody to talk. You know, what does this say to you? Is it really possible that you will use the product and in a month you get less wrinkles? And look at this, it's an old woman on the right-hand side and it's a relatively young person on the other side. Is this possible? That's a question. If you buy the product and it really does not work that way, ethical, moral? Looking at the first paper to the write-up on the, okay, somebody's talking on the chat in the chat. Let's see. Not really. The person says not really. It's a camouflage. It doesn't really work that way. Well, we can't tell until you use it. But for someone that uses it, I think the question will call when someone uses it and it really does not work. That's where the problem will now start coming in. Okay, let me take one more if there is. If it doesn't work, then it's not moral or ethical. I agree with you. I agree with you. So let's look at the second one. There's someone wrote into a radio station and says, "Dear Mr. Robert, ethicist, Mr. Anderson pays me $6 an hour to mow his lawn. It usually takes me 2 hours, but last week, I got it done for 30 minutes faster. He already paid me in advance. Is it ethical for me to keep the money?" And this is an everyday scenario that we all have to go through at some point or the other in our lives. Somebody has paid you to work for 2 hours. You are able to do it in 30 minutes, probably because you got a new method to get it done, or you are smarter, you got smarter within the period of 1 week, and you're able to do it 30 minutes less or faster. Is it ethical for you to keep the money? I'd really like maybe 1 or 2 people to say something, or at least drop something in the chat box. I want to get us involved in this, because this is not some theoretical or abstract thing that we'll just talk about and discuss and walk away. It's real, it's practical. Anybody, any opinion? Is the money for the space or work or just the number of hours? Well, it's not specified here, but actually, if he says he mows the lawn for 2 hours and he pays you $6, you can assume that he's probably paid to mow for 2 hours, or he may have been paid to mow the lawn. Now, the ethical question will now be, if he's paid to work for 2 hours and he does it in 30 minutes, there will be an ethical question in him taking the whole money. However, if he's paid to mow the lawn, the time is irrelevant. Someone says, it's okay to keep the money if your contract is to mow the lawn and he's done with that. I agree with you. Somebody else says, if it's just hours, it's okay. He should just lounge for the rest of the time. He's done with work. Absolutely. So you see, it depends on the scenario, the context. For me, it's ethical to refund. It gives room for trust. Well, that's somebody else's opinion. If you say you are going to do it for 2 hours, you end up doing it for 30 minutes, then you prorate, return the balance. You know, somebody else says, yes, it's ethical. Why? Because people have measured how long it takes to do the job. But you are skilled and faster, and you know, and on and on and on. I may not be able to take all the comments, but thank you very much for doing this. It's mixed. It's a mixed feeling, mixed observation. But however, before we can answer the question, we have to know on what basis the job was given. If it's given on if it's a wage thing, that means you work on an hourly basis, then you may not be able to keep the whole money. This is my own opinion. However, if you are given the money to get the job done, if you do it in 40 hours, well, I don't think anybody will want you to do it in 40 hours. But however, if there's no question of timing you for the job done, I guess you will be able to keep the money. Okay, quickly, I don't want us to waste too much time. Another one is, yesterday I caught my friend Steve cheating off my test. For students amongst us, you'll be able to relate to this. He's never done it before, and he begged me to keep it secret. If his parents find out, he'll be grounded for weeks. What should I do? Well, this, bringing it to our everyday lives, apart from students, you see someone doing something wrong, and you keep quiet. How ethical is it? In this situation, we look at relational issues, we look at moral issues, ethical issues in the office and all that. It's how we are going to consider various qualities of morality and ethics that would help us answer some of these questions. So quickly, I would go into the slides and say, and tell us that what we are going to discuss today will go around the definition of ethics, look at the various qualities of ethics. We are going to now look at what ethics are, vis-a-vis what morals are, and the consequences of ethics, various dimensions of ethics, and then look at ethics in our private life, in our work life, and some examples of business ethics. If while I'm talking, you have a question, please raise your hand. Audio is lost. Please, if audio is really lost, can you let me know? A thumbs up will help so that I'll be able to tell if it's from my end or not.
I can hear you from here. I guess it could be from the person's audio.
Thank you. So moving on swiftly now, we are going to look at what ethics are. Ethics is derived from the word ethos. And ethos is a distinguishing character, sentiment, moral value, guiding beliefs of a person, group, or institutions. It's their way of life, you know? And just saying this alone, let's think about it. If I ask you what the ethos of the British are, maybe one or two people, just quickly in the chat box. I want this to be as interactive as possible. The ethos of the British, from your own perspective. You don't have to be right or wrong. Let's just see if we can get it. Ethos of the British. What do you think their ethos are? Their way of life, their morals. There are some things that people are generally known for. The way they behave, the way they conduct themselves. Anybody in the chat box, or you raise your hand? Nobody. Okay. So we move on then. I would have loved for someone to just give us an example of what the ethos of something that characterizes the British. They're conservative, absolutely. You just hit it on the head. They're conservative. How about Americans? Anybody? I mean, by the time you say something, if you say conservative, it just describes the Britain. If it's for Americans, if you say a particular phrase, liberalism, thank you, there's a particular phrase. Once you say it, you know you're describing Americans. Home of the brave, land of the free, you know? Everybody, those are their ethos, you know, their way of living. So that's beginning to give us a background into what informs their belief system. It refers, now ethics refers to a branch of philosophy that deals with moral principles, values, and the concept of right and wrong conduct. In the legal context, you look at how individuals choose to interact with one another. Okay, so in the legal context of ethics, we are looking at, is it proper to do this? Am I allowed to do this? Is it okay for me to do this? Okay, or that. Is it proper? Is it okay? Is it acceptable? Now, ethics provides a framework for determining what is morally acceptable or unacceptable in various situations or contexts. So generally, we've seen what ethics are, and we've looked at what ethics is. And then we now want to narrow it down a little bit. Personal ethics. What's personal ethics? Personal ethics are often a set of beliefs specific to an individual. That's what you think, what you believe as an individual. And it is usually based on some common factors, like your experiences, your family, your religion, your environment you grew up in. For instance, in some cultures, it's not okay for you to talk back. Americans or the Gen Z call it clap back. It's not okay for you to clap back when your elder talks to you. However, in some other environments, if you don't talk, they wonder if you're listening, or if you're stupid, or if you're okay. So depending on the environment you're in, it determines the kind of ethics you are. So if you're in an environment where it's not okay to clap back, and you do that, it's wrong ethically, you know? So all these things are the things that form your personal ethics. What would I do? What are the things I believe to be right or wrong? And these are the things that form the foundation of your ethics. For example, you may hold strong beliefs about honesty, about integrity and responsibility. Those are your personal ethics. Some other dimensions of personal ethics are passion, loyalty, integrity, self-respect, fairness, honesty, responsibility, and selflessness. Okay? Now, we all know what passion is, but we'll still want a few of these qualities. We are going to look at them to just get a feel of what they are and how they relate to us. On the other side of personal ethics, we have business ethics. Now, for every business or every sphere of life, you have some rules, some guiding principles that dictate how they interact and relate with one another. These moral principles, policies, and values are called business ethics. For instance, I will give you two businesses that have different ethics about taking kickbacks. I won't call it a kickback, like taking tips. I'll take in the financial industry. Taking tips is termed as a kickback, which is ethically wrong. However, in the hospitality industry, if you actually do not give tips, you are looked at funny. So you can see in two different worlds, the ethics are different about the same issue. So it depends, business ethics depends on the type of business you do and what is acceptable, generally acceptable and okay to do in the course of business. So some of the things that make up business ethics are also quite related to the things that make up personal ethics, but however, they are wider. Some of them are morality, which is common to both, responsibility, that's accountability, trust. Yes, somebody said something. Quickly, let me check what the person said in the chat. Okay. Behavior, reliability, you're welcome back. Reliability, choice, relationships, and the principles that you work with. You know, these are the things, the bedrock of business ethics. So let's just quickly do a comparison of business ethics and personal ethics. Now, usually, for most of us that are working here, when you start working in a place, or probably at some point during your work life, you've been given this code of conduct in the office. You do not drink alcohol in the office. You do not use abusive words. You don't discuss politics. You don't do this. You don't do that. Those are business ethics. In the financial industries, you don't take bribes or gratification in any form whatsoever. You understand? These are business ethics. The code of conduct imposed on an employee or a member of a certain profession. In the legal profession, one crazy thing is that you are not allowed to actually place adverts. You do your adverts in a different world. You don't go on TV and do adverts and do stuff like that in the legal world. That's some of the business ethics there. Whereas in other industries, you do your adverts and whatever you need to. Learned relatively later. Business ethics, okay. This vis-a-vis personal ethics is the code of conduct that governs an individual's life. This one, it's not like anybody specifically gave you a list of rules to do. It's just something that you know you do, and that's what dictates how you relate with people and your way of life. Now, business ethics are learned relatively later in life, especially after joining a work environment. On the other hand, personal ethics, from the time you learn to a child stop talking, if you give a child something, you say thank you. To show what? Gratitude. To show good manners. If someone does something, you say I'm sorry. Gradually, you are building that child up to have good morals, you know? And these things are usually influenced by religion, environment, the society, your friend. Okay, someone is giving a comment here that in some organizations, siblings are not allowed to. Absolutely. We're still going to get to that point. You can't work together. If you are related in any way, you cannot work together in the same organization. Why? Propensity for bringing your personal issues to the office, propensity for collusion to commit crime or do some other things, you know. So thank you for that, Adekunbi. I appreciate it. You know, now, the other example is for business ethics is punctuality. See, in businesses, it is not an option for you to come early to work. You are not early, you are penalized. You are late a couple of times, your salary is docked or your pay is docked. You continue doing it, you are laid off completely. So punctuality is not optional. However, on a personal note, you might have an African timing mentality, you know? You get to the party just when things are really in the swing, or as in the party is just at its peak. Or you are the kind of person that you are naturally tardy. You know, time management, you are given a task in the business world, you have to finish it within a stipulated or a reasonable amount of time. You can't take 5 days to do a write-up, a one-pager write-up. You know, confidentiality, transparency. These are requirements in the business environment. However, on a personal note, it is good for you to have it. It is good for you to have it, but they differ as in the right dimensions and their rectifications. For instance, honesty, openness, integrity, as much as possible in all these things cut across both sides. But then this, on a personal note, guides the way you conduct yourself, the way you are presented to people. So moving on quickly, we're now going to look at various qualities of ethics or ethical qualities. One of the major ones that we all see and talk about is morality. It's very moral, it's moral, integrity. Oh, I'm principled, I don't do this. You know, oh, he's honest. You know, those are the things that determine what kind of ethics you have. And any way you look at it, either in the personal sphere or in the business space, these things are always represented in one way or the other, depending on the context. Okay, so we'll take these things one after the other. We are not going to waste too much time dwelling on them because I want this to be as interactive as possible. Let me see what somebody is saying. Oh, sorry. I get distracted. I like to interact through the chat. So, morality. What's morality? Now, let's forget what is on the screen here. Let's forget what is on the screen here. Let me ask us, 1 or 2 or 3 people, what do you think morality is? What does it mean to be moral or immoral or amoral? What's morality? Anybody? And in today's world, morality is quite fluid now. Okay, Ronke says is doing things the right way. Okay, doing things the right way. How do you know it's right? Who says it's right? Who says it's right, Ronke? By whose standard? Morality to me is doing the right things even when no one is watching. I agree. Not being offensive to others. Thank you. But then let me just bring it to today's issue of morality. A lot of us here would have watched this documentary, What is a Woman? And some people get offended, seriously offended, when they are called women or when they are not called women. And to them, it's immoral of you to be judgmental. Whereas to the other party, you are looking at it, it looks like you have some few bolts loose here and there, you know? So whose side is right or wrong? What is morality? Thank you. Susan says acceptable behavior. I agree with that. What is acceptable in an environment? Doing things that are acceptable. I agree. By your personal standard, my personal standard could say that if I see money, I take it. And as long as I'm not hurting anybody. Does that make it moral? Because that's the new rule now, as long as I'm not hurting anybody. However, it doesn't matter if it's offensive to you. Okay, so let's not waste too much time on this. Thank you, everybody, for your contributions. Morality refers to a system of principles, values, and beliefs that governs what is considered right or wrong behavior, but not in a society. An individual is always a part of the society. So what you consider right or wrong in the context of the society is what is morality. And this thing is a little bit fluid. And that's the sincere truth. These days now, you see some people, I know it's a mixed crowd, so I'm trying to be PG here. You see and I'm trying not to be offensive to anybody. You see 2 males living together. 50, 40, 30 years ago, you probably will be hung. Unfortunately now, you see 2 males going, or 2 females going to a church, going to a registry to get married. To still some set of people, it is immoral, but to others, it is totally moral. So what am I trying to say? It changes with time. Confidentiality, let's look at confidentiality. What does it mean to have that quality? Confidentiality. I mean, this is just pretty straightforward, clear cut. Confidentiality. What's confidentiality? Being able to keep your mouth shut. Being able to keep information that you come across in the course of your business to yourself. Being able to protect the identity of people that you have business dealings with or their reputation. You understand? Confidentiality. Then we look at integrity. Integrity too is, thank you, someone says is to be trustworthy. Integrity too could be two-sided. Privacy, protecting the privacy. I agree with you. Thank you, Moses. Integrity too could be very dicey these days, in these days of mixed feelings and extra sensitivity. What does integrity mean? But I would tell you one thing, I don't think integrity has ever changed address. It remains the same thing it was in the beginning, and it is still the same thing now. Let me hear what people are saying what integrity is. Can anybody? Integrity is the quality of being honest. Thank you. Anybody else? Integrity. There's something very particular about integrity that I want us to talk about. What is integrity? It's doing what you say you will do. Thank you. When your yes is yes and your no is no. In the good old days, they say, I give you my word. Being upright, I give you my word. If someone tells you I give you my word, you can go to bank on that. But in these days of, oh, don't worry, I'll see you tomorrow. I'm going to see you tomorrow. You know, some of us, we don't see it as an issue of integrity. But when you say good morning to people, they actually have to go outside and check if the sun is up truly, or if we're still in the middle of the night. It's a function of integrity. When your words don't mean anything. And in our lives, we need to come to a place, both professionally and personally, when you give your word should be able to mean something. Thank you. The state of being whole and undivided. I would like you to throw some light on that, Moses, state of being whole and undivided. Someone says sticking to your words, having a strong moral principle. Oh, well, my moral principle could be, you know, we've already talked about the fluidity of morality. So integrity is where your word is your bond. I quite agree with that. Quality of being truthful. Yes. When you say something and you stand by it, even when it is not convenient. Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate your contributions. Integrity is being honest, standing on what is right, saying something and doing it and not compromising. Okay? Now, moving quickly, let's see what, now, when you look at, on the face of it, you see decision-making and you are like, how will decision-making come into ethical qualities? I'll look at it from two sides. Trustworthiness, thank you. I'll look at it from two sides. Decision-making, there's no way you will show if you are ethical or unethical except through making decisions. You understand me? So the process, what will reveal your ethics is your decision-making. And for some people, they like to sit on the fence. I'm not sure it's a very convenient place to sit, you know, but your decision-making will reflect your values, will reflect what you stand, where you stand. So that's about decision-making. I'm going to be a little bit faster now. We look at honesty is being truthful, saying the truth. You know, from when you were young, they tell you to say the truth and let the devil be ashamed. Yeah, saying the truth, being straightforward. When you tell someone it is black, they don't have to do some necessary tests. Some of us, when we say the car is black, they have to actually call like 5 people to ascertain that it is black. That's how bad we are. Some of us, especially on the phones, you are talking to somebody, you are in Yanokpaja and you say, I'm just at CMS right now. You will see me in the next 10 minutes. And you know it's a lie. Those are issues of integrity and honesty. And these are small things that we do on a daily basis and we don't think about it. Yes, someone is talking about decision making. I don't want to waste too much time on that, but I'll take this. People who are strong decision makers are always disliked. Why? Well, it depends on what decision you are making. I don't think people with strong decision making abilities are disliked. I would have loved to tackle more on this, because that's not, if you are able to stand on what is right, you may not be popular. That doesn't mean, well, it could mean you are strong, but when you say strong decision making, that means you are able to weigh your options analytically and you are able to follow through a course of thought in making your decision. You know, so I think what you are trying to say here, if I'm correct, is that people who stand on the proper path when they make a decision are not popular, and I agree with you. Okay. Quickly, we'll move on to Loyalty. The big elephant in the house, loyalty. I'm going to want one or two people to talk about loyalty. You know, in this life, everybody claims you are not a loyal person. In relationships, you are not loyal. Employers talk to employees and say, I want your loyalty. But what really is this loyalty? 2, 3 people, what is loyalty? Anybody? Oh, okay, sorry. Adekunbi, quickly I'll address it. She said people who are strict and rigid, they hardly change their decisions after making it. That's, I think, to me, that says stubborn. You know, yeah. Quality of being submissive and obedient. Is that loyalty? Unwavering commitment. Yes, I would think. Commitment, yes. Quality of staying firm in your friendship or support for someone or something. Allegiance, fealty, faithfulness. Thank you. Thank you. Apparently, we are all on the same page on loyalty. Now, my next question on loyalty is, everybody says you are not loyal or I am loyal. Who is supposed to be loyal to? Who? And on what basis is loyalty given? Are you only loyal to people that are loyal to you? Or loyalty is given when someone is loyal to you? Because every time you say, oh, I've left him, he's not loyal to me. Why? Is it because loyalty is supposed to be reciprocal? Does that now mean you are loyal if you're waiting for someone to be loyal to you before you're loyal to them? It's a mind twister, sincerely speaking. But what I'm going to say is this. In my own opinion, loyalty is a two-way track. You want loyalty when you give loyalty, but it doesn't always come that way. Loyalty comes at a price. Most of the people you give your loyalty to are not loyal to you. But you tend to have the good of people that you are loyal to or that are loyal to you. Someone says loyalty lies where your morality does. Absolutely. For instance, let's look at the case of an organization that wants their staff never, ever to leave. They want you to work, your night work hours are 8 to 5. When you carry your bag at 5 o'clock, they say you're not dedicated to your work. You're not loyal. You're supposed to sit down here and work till like 7 o'clock. However, am I compensated for the 7 o'clock? However, but there's an instance of an organization, I think it's in Asia, when there was a flood. A company sent a helicopter just to go and pick up one of their staff from a flooded area. And it's not a senior staff, it's just one of the workers in the staff. And that said a lot to the employee, that the organization is loyal. And that man worked there till he died. So it's a two-way track. Employees are supposed to show loyalty, not just, oh, I'll do what I can and work out of it. No. That's not loyalty. It is when someone sees how loyal you are, it triggers reciprocity. Yes, that's life. Some people you are loyal to are not loyal to you, but if you decide not to be loyal, then it says something about you. Okay, so moving on quickly, let's not waste too much time on loyalty. Let's look at another quality of good ethics, personal ethics. Honesty. We've already talked about honesty is the best policy state. Now, fairness and impartiality. This is another major issue. Treating people fairly without partiality. It is so difficult. Yes, I agree with you, Kumbi. It's a multinational firm. That's true. Now, and don't be wrong. Don't assume that there are no loyal organizations in Nigeria. I know for a fact that there are some organizations that will go above and beyond for their staff. It just shows how useful the staff is to them and what values they place on their resources. That's just a sincere truth. Quickly, let's look at fairness and impartiality. Let's give a situation of where your friend is coming for an interview and somebody somewhere that did something funny, he didn't even do it directly to you, but you witnessed it somewhere, is also coming for the interview. honestly, how fair and impartial will you be? And you know sincerely your friend is good at what she does. You know, in the Nigeria that we are, chances are that you want to give your friend an edge. After all, that's what loyalty is, right? No. I know your loyalty dictates that you stay true to people, but fairness and impartiality dictates that you give them both equal chances. Yeah, someone is saying, Joyce is saying that it's difficult in today's world. It's it's a strong one. Yeah, it is. You need to be fair. Give people a fair chance. Equal playing field. Equal playing field. If you know you're not going to be able to do things with fairness and impartiality, please excuse yourself from the system. That is called good values. When you have good values and you realize that you are biased or you are compromised in any way, you step back. And that's why in some board meetings, they ask if you have conflict of interest that will prevent you from being fair or impartial, you abstain from voting. You understand what I'm saying? So that's about fairness and impartiality. You must be objective and unbiased in judging anything and in making decisions. Next, we are looking at responsibility. Responsibility is something that for some of us that are employers of labor, we find it's like a quality that is gradually being eroded in today's generation. Responsibility is being accountable, being committed to something and seeing it through. For some of us, we don't believe we need to be responsible for things. We do, I'll just do my own. Is in my father's company. It's not my father's job. That's irresponsible. You are given something to do and you leave it to the dying minute. It comes in various ramifications and in various ways. But responsibility, the easiest way, let me take your thoughts on responsibility. The easiest way I would summarize responsibility is accountability. When you are accountable, when you can stand, thank you, taking ownership. You can stand and say, I am responsible for this. You take it as a personal mission. But for us these days, for employers of labor, for people that supervise other people, you see that for some Gen Z, you need to help us a lot in the workspace now because responsibility seems sometimes like a foreign word. Gen Z, I hope I'm not shooting arrows at anybody. Nobody wants to be responsible. It's everybody's job, and everybody's job is nobody's job, you know? And these things, they don't just stop in your work environment, they also transcend to your personal space and influences the way you get things done, even in your personal life, okay? Now, when you talk about character, what does it mean? The whole thing that builds you up, how trustworthy you are. Are you a person with integrity? Are you a selfish person? How reliable are you? And you see, when we say somebody has good character, Kumbi, please, let's not shoot daggers at Gen Z. She said they are more particular about money than being responsible. Well, I think I would not shoot daggers at Gen Z. I would just talk about our value systems in Nigeria in general. The problem is not with the Gen Z. The problem is that Gen Z are growing up in an environment where the value is placed not on responsibility and good values, but on money. So it's not their fault, please. Let's cut them some slack. That's not to say they should continue in that way. You know, and then respect. Respect is very important. And I'm going to address, I'm going to take time to talk about respect. There are two aspects to respect that I'm going to talk about: self-respect and respecting others. I'm going to move a little bit faster so I can cover my slides now. You need to learn to respect yourself, because if you don't respect yourself, people won't respect you. Respecting yourself means putting value on yourself and seeing yourself the way you want to be seen by others. If you don't respect yourself, you will do things shabbily. And when people talk to you shabbily, you can't get angry. You know, respecting others does not cost anything. Some people want all the respect, but they can't give it. It doesn't work that way. Some people want respect, but they are not doing anything to earn the respect. You look at them from the way they conduct themselves to the way they dress. It comes from that. So you see people being disrespectful to you for no reason. There, it's not for no reason. It's either probably your body language, your attitude, your dressing. Something will precipitate respect or disrespect. So you want to teach people to respect you by your way of dressing, your attitude, and how you handle yourself. Gradually, practically your whole value system. So quickly, we'll look at passion. I'm not going to go into examples here. I'll just talk about what they are. It's strong and intense desire or enthusiasm to do something, okay? So you have to be passionate about your work. We talked about integrity. You have to have integrity. You have to have good personal values. You have to be a person of good character. And you have to have very good guiding principles. When I talk about guiding principles, what guiding principles are the things that dictate how you do what you do. Integrity first, continuous improvement, gratitude. Do you understand? It's a foundational belief or the philosophy that informs and directs an individual or an organization's decision or action. Because of time, I won't be able to take much again in terms of comments. I'll just quickly go through my slides. Now, another thing we want to quickly look at now is ethics and morality. Are they the same? If you notice, we keep saying morals, ethics, morals, ethics. Truth be told is that most people use them interchangeably, but there's a slight difference. Ethics is actually looking at the reason for morality. You consider why you do what you do. Whereas for morals, it is ingrained into you from when you were young. Do you understand? You've been told you don't, for old timers amongst us, for ladies in particular, you don't talk to boys. And once you're saying talking to boys, oh, she's immoral. However, ethics will say, what are you discussing? What is the rationale of your discussion with boys? If you for Christ's sake, you might be, someone says ethics question morals. I agree with you. I agree with you. It looks at the reason. Why do you tell people not to talk to boys? Do you understand? So before you say something is ethical or unethical, you have to look at the reason for the rules. While ethics will look at and what morals will look at, do this, do that, don't do it. It looks beyond the rules. And then usually ethics are considered universal. Okay? Whereas morals, like we said earlier on, is a little fluid. What is acceptable in some environments may not be acceptable in some other environments. Some 20, 40 years ago, what was considered totally immoral and unacceptable may just be like, okay, tolerance, let's just leave them to do what they want to do. Okay, so that's that about ethics and morals. Now let's look at this analogy. For a lot of us here, I don't drive. A lot of us drive. And a lot of us that have cars know the nightmare that we have with mechanics. But that's not the topic for today. We want to look at you and your mechanic. And we want to use it to drive the analogy between ethics and moral. A car driver can get into the car and move it from point A to point B, right? His own business with the car is to make sure is to start the engine, it is running, move from point A to point B. how the engine is firing, what the plugs are doing, airflow meter and all those things. It's not his problem. As long, especially for us ladies, once you just put your key in your ignition, you start, off we go. However, it's different for someone that is an automobile engineer. In his head, he knows the sounds to expect a car to make. He is cognizant of the fact that when a car is making this sound, this is a reason for making it. Do you understand? So that way, we are able to decipher morals being your ability to just jump in the rules, the regulations, just do it. Whereas ethics would be like the mechanical engineer that understands the reason. What happens in the engine? Why is the car moving? I expect some people are answering me. Oh, okay. So that's, so that's that. I want us to move quickly and look at human interface, ethics and human interface. What is the essence of ethics? It's the study of morality. As simple as that. We need to understand the philosophies that guide us in determining what is right or wrong. That's the study of, that's the core, the essence of ethics. And now, what are the things that determine ethics? Like we said earlier on, morality is part of what determines ethics, but what are the things that drive these things? Moral, your religion. For some religion, it is totally unacceptable for me to wear anything that will show my neck, my arms, my legs. Whereas in some religions, for crying out loud, you're okay. In some countries, it is illegal for me to take a drink. Whereas in some other countries, absolutely, 5 o'clock, it's time to drink. In fact, some countries are known for the kind of drinks. The Irish are known for their what? Okay, let's not, I think we have some little children with us, so let's not take it too far. Then the society you are in, the individuals, the knowledge, and the time. So those are the things that determine, if I see a chart, I would always check. So if it's nothing to do with me, maybe we could suspend it a little bit so that it doesn't keep distracting us. Now, consequences of ethics. Why? The why of ethics is the outcome of any act. Doing good with proper reasoning, being ethical, has many positive consequences. One of the major ones is to safeguard our society. And I'm just going to spend like a minute talking about this. The crux of the problem we have in Nigeria, we all sit down and say, oh, Nigeria, there's a problem in Nigeria. Can some of you, 1 or 2, 3 people, tell me what the problem in Nigeria is today? And I want to relate it to ethics. Anybody? What is the problem in Nigeria today from the standpoint of ethics? Because I want corruption. Somebody says corruption. Oh, absolutely, I agree with you, Hope. It's corruption, but it's not just corruption. Anybody else? It's corruption. I agree with you. It's corruption. Lack of trust. Yeah, I agree with you. We don't trust institutions. We don't trust ourselves. Leadership deficiency. Oh, slow down. Leadership deficiency. The leaders are not imported. I hope you know. They are part of us. Not doing the right thing. Yes, this is very close. Not doing the right thing. Disrespect. Yeah, I agree. Disrespect is part of it. No good governance. Really? Selfishness, not having consequences for actions. I agree with you. Selfishness, personal ethics, lack of decency, respect, greed, no integrity in our dealings, yes. But you see, the underlying factor in all these things is bad values. We don't have good value systems. Our value systems have been so eroded. Look at all these things you are talking about. Is values that you expect to see in people. It's not different from what we've been saying. Trust, integrity, decency, the respect, being good governance, being selfless. We've talked about all these things today. You see where it comes now? Without a good moral fabric leading to a good value system, we will have a morally decadent environment, and that is part of what we have. So the problem with Nigeria is not so much corruption, but our values, our ethics. And what that does, it helps us when we have good values, good personal ethics. Yes, personal to business ethics. We are safeguarding our society. What we see in our system today is as a result of bad personal ethics. Okay? Now, when you do something good, you feel good, even when nobody commends you for doing it. You feel good yourself. And then you speak, you send a message into the future. And what does that say about you? Credibility. This person is credible. You understand? Satisfying basic human needs. Everybody, there's some people say we are wired to be good. I want to believe that because I've met some really bad people. So I want to believe we're wired to be good, However, being unethical has many negative consequences, and we've seen it. We just listed what the consequences of being unethical. So we know now that the problem we have in Nigeria, yes, the impact is what we are seeing, which is the result. The consequence of bad ethics is what we are seeing in Nigeria, but they are not the problems of Nigeria. The problem of Nigeria is what? Ethics, values. Yes. Doing good, not minding if you are commended. We are humans, though. Everybody likes commendation. So we want to quickly look at the different interfaces of, different dimensions of ethics. There's something called meta-ethics. That's the study of ethics itself. I'm sure for some of us who would have heard about metacognition. It's about being able to think about what you're thinking about. It's similar to what we are talking about here, meta-ethics. Quickly, let's look at this. It's meta-philosophy and ethics. It is the study of nature, scope, and the meaning of moral judgment, which is ethics. Now, normative ethics is the study of ethical behavior and is a branch of philosophical ethics that investigates questions regarding how one ought to act in a moral sense. Okay? Descriptive ethics, on the other hand, so normative ethics, it asks how you are supposed to act in a moral sense. It's the study of how you are supposed to act. Descriptive ethics, on the other hand, talks about the form of empirical research into attitudes of humans and behavior and groups of people. In other words, it is the division of philosophy or general ethics that involves the observation of the moral decision-making process with the goal of describing the phenomena. In short, you are looking at people and you are trying to understand why they do what they do. And what's the goal? Describing the phenomena, okay? And finally, we are looking at applied ethics. Applied ethics is the practical aspect of moral consideration. It's ethics with respect to real-world actions and their moral consequences in the area of private and public life, the profession, the health, technology, law, and all that. So those are the different dimensions of ethics. We've got now private and public ethics. Ethics in the private life, ethics in the public life. Private relations. Now, usually when you're talking about private ethics in the private life, it has to do with your personal relationships, your friends, your family, lover, and it's usually informal. And here your emotions are strong, not necessarily guided by logic. But in the public sphere, that's where your business ethics comes into being. You're looking at a co-worker or somebody that you don't know. You go to a new country. Earlier on, we talked about ethos of different countries. If you go to Japan, they don't shake hands, you bow. When you go to, if a Yoruba woman goes to UK and starts kneeling down to greet everybody, yeah, they cut in but there's a level of kneeling down, they begin to wonder if you're okay, So it determines how you do what you do in the public sphere. It's more formal. and then there are social obligations attached to it. I'll take the instance of the Queen. When I say social obligations attached to it, there are some certain things you can't do. Let's not even use the Queen in front of royalty. Do you understand? There are some certain things. Let's even leave royalty. If the president or your MD, let's come to your MD. When your MD is in front of you, there are certain things you will not do. Okay? So those, and when you do it, you know, you probably will go home with your box in hand at the end of the business day. You know? So quickly, I want us to look at ethics in public relationships. Ethics in public, they come to play in social ethics. And this is tolerance towards other sections, peace, I will say other sects here, peace and harmony. Social ethics. And that is why in your code of conduct in your office, they will tell you no discussion of what? Can anybody tell me some things you are not allowed to discuss in the office? Quickly, we only have like a few minutes to go. Some of the things you are not allowed to discuss in the office. Politics, thank you. Anything? Anything else? Religion, absolutely. One more thing. Sexuality in these days, your salary, in public sector, yes. Your family, you're allowed to discuss your family in the office. You can talk about your family. Majorly, it's politics and religion. There's one more thing, especially peculiar to us in Nigeria, that is really, really not permissible for you to discuss in the office. Your tribe, thank you, ethnicity. You shy away majorly from these things. That's because it could be offensive. It could trigger emotions that will cause a lot of disruptions in the workplace. Looking at political ethics now, constitutional ethics, national interest, and we lack a lot of this in Nigeria, and that is why we don't have patriotic people. Ethnicity and religion, thank you, Joyce. You know, this is what drives patriotism. Organizational ethics, we've talked about integrity, hard work, efficiency, corporate governance, and then international ethics, you don't go to Singapore and throw paper on the floor. You answer to it, you answer for it rather. Respecting international treaties. You notice that when you want to go to other countries, you have to get a visa. If a company's say ship, when I talk about ship now, I mean maybe like a military vessel wants to enter another country's territory, they have to take permission. You know, those are international ethics. Moving on quickly, we just want to look at different examples of codes of ethics, like integrity. In an organization, we have integrity, teamwork. Together we get the job done. There's no I in we, you know. Objectivity, making decisions on, don't make decisions on who you like best. Confidentiality, that's lack of partiality. Confidentiality, growth. These are some of the codes of ethics that you find in organization. And in a nutshell, or in conclusion, we are going to say this: without ethics, a man has no future. That is to say, mankind without them cannot be itself. So I want to thank you very much for your attention and your time in this class, and we'll give maybe 5 minutes for questions and answers, because I think I started about an hour ago. Any questions, please? You can raise your hand or mute yourself to ask your questions. Or you can type it in the chat box. I believe this is, like I said at the beginning, this is just a refresher for us to know, what we need to remember as a people to have a better environment, have a better work culture, have a better Nigeria, so that we all don't japa looking for the people that we are running to have good cultures because of their ethics. All right, then, I believe there are no questions. I'm going to hand us over to, I will stop sharing my screen now and hand us over to Edith. Thank you very much. I appreciate your comments. And Edith, over to you.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you very much,
for that very insightful class. And I believe, as we can see from the comment section, everybody is very appreciative of that. So thank you very much, Mrs.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. There are employers who lack ethics. How do you deal with them? There's something I always say to people. When you wanted to sign your offer letter, did you sign with blood? I believe you signed with ink. What I'm trying to say is that if what is done in your organization goes against your personal ethics and belief, as much as you need to eat, you also need to put your conscience into priority. You don't have to stay there. You didn't sign with blood, you signed with ink. And when I say you didn't sign with blood, it is not a covenant relationship. So you can walk away. That's the essence of what I'm saying. Emmanuel says, how does conflict of interest affect ethics? Okay. I'll look at this from a perspective of somebody that is interviewing people. I know there's another class at the end of this, so I'm trying to be as fast as I can be. Conflict of interest. Let's assume Edith is my younger sister. And I have to register only 3 people for a training, pro bono. Now, because Edith is my younger sister, I would make sure she enters, irrespective of whether she truly qualifies or not. Is that ethical? That's a conflict of interest. And that's why I said earlier on, when you're in a position where you are honestly biased, you can excuse yourself from making decisions. You can abstain from making decisions. Thank you very much. Have a nice day and enjoy the rest of your classes. Edith, you're muted. I don't think they can hear you.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Mrs. Banke, for that very insightful class. This would go a long way to help us be better individuals and better citizens and better employees at our places of work, right? So thank you very much for that. Without waste of time, we will move over to the next session, okay? And we'll be calling up our next speaker for today. Our next trainer for today, in the person of Ike Oluwa Anyan Siji, right? She'll be taking us on the ISO 31000, right? And Ike Oluwa is an IT GRC consultant. She has over 3 years of experience implementing and architecting management systems and risk frameworks for SMB and enterprise organizations. Ladies and gentlemen, can we put a round of applause in the chat box as we welcome the next speaker, or the next trainer rather, we have today. Ike Oluwa, kindly take it up from here, and you're welcome to the class today.
All right, thank you very much, Edith. Good morning, everyone. Edith, I think you murdered my name. My name is Ike Oluwa Shiji, right? It's Ike Oluwa Shiji. Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. So good to be here, and I'm sure you already enjoyed the previous session, so we would not waste our time. Please give me a minute. Let me share my screen so that we'll go straight to what we have today. All right, please, just like the previous speaker said, would like this class to be very interactive. Please ensure that you actively participate in everything that we'll be doing today. Okay. All right, please let me know when you can see my screen.
We can see your screen now.
Okay. All right. Did you say you can see my screen? Hello?
Yes. Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay, all right. So good morning, everyone, once again. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Just like Edith introduced me, We'll be looking at ISO 31000. We'll be focusing on the foundation course. Of course, we can't go in depth into the training, but we would be taking the foundation class, and we believe that with this, you would have an idea of what ISO 31000 is. You have an idea of what risk management is and some of the guidelines to managing risk. All right. So before we continue, I would like to ask us questions. I'm sure that most of us, we know what risk is. We've heard of risk before. In fact, most times we use risk in our daily conversations. You know, you say, oh, I don't want to risk this, or I don't want to go into this risk. We use it without even knowing what exactly risk is. So I would like to, hear from you what risk is to you. What do you think risk is? What is risk? Anybody? Anybody? What is risk? What do we classify as risk? What do we understand as risk? In your layman knowledge, what do you think risk is? I know we use it often. Okay, exposure to danger. All right. All right, thank you, Oluwafumilayo, for that. Okay, taking chances. All right, taking a decision, not minding what the outcome is. Okay, if I perish, I perish, right? Being vulnerable. Okay, all right, all right. Thank you very much, everyone. I mean, this shows that we know what we are saying when we talk about risk, right? Risk is, in a layman language, we would say it is a situation that involves you being exposed to danger, right? It's a situation where you are exposed to uncertainties, right? You doing some things can result in some consequences. All right. This is what risk is in a layman language. All right. But here today, we're focusing on risk according to ISO 31000, right? This is the international standard. We want to know what risk is, how we can also manage risk effectively in our organization. Okay, so you know what risk is, you know how to manage it and how to apply it in your organization. So as an employee, you can be the risk officer. You know how to identify the types of risk that can affect your organization, and also how you can manage these risks to your organization. Okay, you want to ensure that you know what risk is, how to manage it in your organization. All right, this is not for personal use alone, this is for organization. Okay, so we would, without further ado, would continue into the session. All right, what exactly is risk management? Why do we need ISO 31000? Why do we need to have guidelines to manage risk in our organization? Okay, it is very, very essential that we bring the ISO 31000 into place, because it is a part of governance and leadership, right? So risk is an integral part of the governance of an organization. So without risk management, the governance and leadership of an organization is shaky. All right, you can't tell me that you establish an organization and you do not factor risk into place. You need to bring in the risk management. You need to have an idea, an approach to which you want to manage uncertainties. You want to ensure that you are able to achieve your objectives. I mean, every organization wants to, the main purpose of every organization is to, have revenue, right? You want to make profits. So you need to assess the things that would hinder your organization from making profits. You need to assess the things that would hinder your organization from meeting your objectives. You want to ensure that you know the right approach to use, you know how to assess this risk, and you know what to do if any of these risks occurs. Okay. Of course, risk affecting organizations can result from many things, and could also have different consequences or impact. If a risk occurs in your organization, it could affect your reputation. I mean, if anything happens, probably there's a fire outbreak or there's a fraud in your organization, that could affect your reputation. Okay. It could affect your political politics, could affect your safety, it could affect your environment, right? Risk can affect the organization in various ways. So ISO 31000 gives us an approach to managing risk effectively. You are able to identify the risk before it happens. You know what to do. You know how to mitigate the risk and ensure that it does not affect your organizational objectives. I hope we are still following. I hope we are still together. I hope we are still here. All right. I want to ensure that we are all together. Okay, all right. Yes, we are together. So ISO 31000, we'll be looking at the 2018 version, which is the second edition of this standard, right? It helps organizations to manage their risk effectively, either small organization, either big organization, whatever type of organization that you have. ISO 31000 would help you to manage your risk effectively. Now, take note of the effectively that was used. So it is a different case to manage a risk, and it's a different thing to manage it effectively. Effective management means that you are able to assess the risk appropriately. You are able to provide controls to mitigate or reduce the impact of these risks to your organization. Okay, so I would not really dwell on the personal aspects because these focuses more on your organization. So how do you ensure that you are able to manage risk effectively in your organization? All right, how do you ensure that nothing can affect your objectives? So probably at the beginning of the year, you already set out your strategic objectives for the organization. Probably it's maybe 10 or 12 or 15. How do you ensure that nothing comes between the achievement of these objectives? That is why you see that organizations would, at the beginning of the year, after setting their objectives, they would definitely put plans in place. So they put plans in place to achieve their objectives. As a part of this planning phase, they need to factor the risk management, because once you are planning to achieve your objectives, you also need to factor in the risk that can affect you achieving the objectives that has been set. Right, so it is very essential that organizations adopt this approach. They need to adopt the ISO 1000 to enable them manage risk effectively. All right, so moving on, we'll go on to the next slide. We have the history of ISO 1000. We all know that it also started from somewhere. It didn't just come in 2018. It started from 1991 with different names. All right, we have 2002, 2004, 2008, 2009, which was the first edition of the principles and guidelines of risk management. Okay, so the one we have 2008 was named Code of Practice for Risk Management. And then there was a revised version in 2009. You have the Principles and Guidelines for Managing Risk. And then in 2018, which is still the standard we are using at the moment, there was another edition which is called Risk Management Guidelines. This is what we are looking at today. Guidelines, processes, procedures, approach to risk management. How do we manage risk in an organization? All right, so at the beginning of the session, we already looked at a layman definition of risk, right? And a lot of you gave us your answers. Oh, risk is a probability. Risk is a situation that exposes you to danger. We are all correct. We are all right. But risk, as defined by the ISO 1000, is the effect of uncertainty on objectives. The effect that uncertainty has on your objectives. Okay, we can see here what an effect means. This is a deviation from what you expect. Probably already planned something and then something else occurs. And of course, effect would either be positive or negative. Most people, when they hear effect, they feel that it is a negative thing. No, effect could be positive or negative. And of course, we know what uncertainty means, but for the IS-31,000, uncertainty is lack of information related to you understanding the likelihood of an event, the consequence of an event. Remember, we are looking at risk management. So you're not looking at uncertainty in the layman language, uncertainty in ISO 31,000. And of course, we already know what our objectives are. Everyone has objectives, and all organizations have objectives. These are goals that we have set, measurable goals and targets that we have set as an organization, right? Every organization sets goals at the beginning of the year, or probably at the middle of the year. You set your goals. Oh, this is what we want to achieve at this time. Or we have a 1 year strategic goal, or we have a 6-month goal. These are the things that we want to achieve at this time. These are your objectives. So here, risk for IS-31,000 means that the positive or negative impact or consequences that lack of information would have on our organizational objectives. So we are saying that risk in IS-31,000 means that how your objectives are negatively or positively affected due to lack of information. You don't have the information. You don't know what will happen. You are uncertain about it, but it can affect you achieving your objectives, right? These 31,000 would help us or provide an approach to how we can manage the risk in our organizations, the uncertainty in our organization, and also reduce the impact of these risks to our objectives, right? Just like I said at the beginning of the class, the IS-31,000 provides us guidelines, provides an approach, gives us a process on how we can manage the risk that our organization faces, right? When you apply IS-31,000, you would see that your risk will be managed effectively. Remember, I mentioned earlier that you need to take note of that effective word that was used. It's a different thing to manage risk, but it is another thing to manage the risk effectively. Okay, the ability for you to properly assess the risk and also provide controls, right, to mitigate these risks is what IS-31,000 focuses on. Right, it also provides a common approach to manage any type of risk. It could be financial risk, it could be cybersecurity risk, it could be environmental risk, whatsoever risk that your organization might face. IS-31,000 provides a common approach, provides a framework for you to manage these risks. Okay, so let me ask you questions. What are some of the types of risk that your organization can face? Give me examples of risk that you feel an organization can face. Examples of risk that can be faced by an organization. Very quickly, I'm waiting. Examples of risk that an organization can face. Examples. Anybody? Anybody? I will stay here. Examples of risk. Okay, someone says credit risk. Yes, security risk. All right, financial risk. All right, supply chain risk. Right, regulatory sanctions, management risk. Very correct. Very correct. We can face all of these types of risk, right? Reputation risk. As an organization, you can be prone to product risk, reputation risk, environmental risk, security risk, different types of risk. So IS-31,000 helps you to effectively or provides an approach to how you can manage all of these risks. right? No matter the type of risk that your organization might face, IS 31000 provides you an approach to how you can manage these risks. Okay, very, very important that we take notes of these things. Okay, it also helps us to make decisions. I mean, when you assess your risk, you see, oh, can we accept this risk? Is this risk, can we control it? Can we reduce the risk? It helps the organization to also make decisions with regards to their objectives. Okay, very important that we adopt the IS 31000 in our organizations. Okay, this is a further explanation of what IS 31000 is as a whole, right? It is linked to the achievement of our objectives, just like I said earlier. Very important. It is linked to you achieving your objectives. That means failure to effectively manage your risk would result in you not achieving your objectives. Okay, risk management is tied to your goals and targets. If you really want to meet up to your target, if you really want to close that deal, if you really want to achieve your objectives at the end of the year, then you need to manage your risk effectively. Even as individuals, I mean, when at the beginning of the year you set your goals, oh, new year, new me, and you have your goals, oh, this is my goals for the year. You also need to consider some things that can affect you achieving those goals, right? You need to check, oh, I want to do this at the end of the year. What can hinder me from doing this thing? How can I mitigate it? For example, as a student, one of your goals is to ace your exams, right? You have your objective to say, okay, I want to ensure that I have 5 A's in my upcoming exam, or I want to ensure that I come out to the first class. You need to also assess the risk. What are the things that can hinder you from acing your exam as a student? You know that probably screen time, probably you being involved in too many activities in the school can also hinder you achieving your objective. So you need to consider those risks, look at them properly, assess it, and look for ways with which you can reduce the risk, right? So if you want to ace your exams, you need to reduce screen time. You can now set screen time on your phone to say, okay, every day I shouldn't use more than 1 hour on Instagram, or I shouldn't use more than an hour on TikTok, or I shouldn't use more than an hour on Twitter, right? That is you assessing your risk and trying to mitigate that risk. You're trying to reduce the risk of you not passing your exam, right? You already identified the risk that is there, right? To say, oh, some of these things that can affect me, that can hinder me from acing my exam is screen time, being involved in too many activities. I need to reduce it. All of these things are what you would do as a student to achieve your objective. So for organizations as well, you need to look at your objectives and assess the risk that would affect you achieving your objectives. IS 31000 helps you to do that. All right, it provides a framework to assess. You can see here, to identify. First of all, identification is the first step. You need to identify the risk. I mean, you can't just say, oh, I don't know. You need to identify what it is, or the uncertainty that can affect your objective. So first, identification. Then you assess it. How high is this risk? Is it low? Am I really prone to this risk? You assess it. Then you treat, right? If you see that, oh, this risk is too high, how can I treat it? How do I ensure that I reduce these risks? I mitigate or modify the risk, right? And of course, you go on to monitor the risk. After you must have treated the risk, you need to continually monitor the risk to ensure that it does not increase. Okay, so it is very, very important that we take note of the IS 31000 and 31000 in our organization, right? This would help us to achieve objectives on time and effectively. Okay, it also encourages establishment of a tailored risk management process. Okay, instead of you just using any type of management process, it is tailored to the organization's governance. You don't just use anything. 31,000 helps you to tailor your process to how your organization operates. Oh, our organization, this is how we do, this is our risk appetite. It helps you to ensure that you manage the risk according to your organization, according to your governance, according to your strategy, according to your day-to-day operations, right? ISO 31,000 helps organizations to do all of these things. Okay, in all of management systems, we have clause 1 to 10 in most of management systems, although we have some that differ, like ISO 27001. Aside from the clauses, we have the annex controls, right? But for most of management systems, you would have clause 1 to 10. But clause 1 to 3 is not the major focus. 1 to 3 only focuses on definitions and references. So we do not focus on clause 1 to 3. We focus on clause 4 to 10. All right. So ISO 1000 has 6 clauses, right? But we are not looking at clause 1 to 3 because they only focus on definitions and normative reference and all of that. Okay, we'll be looking at clause 4 to 6. But we are going to look at some key definitions in risk management, right? Key definitions, so that you will not see something in your risk register and looking at what is this? What do they mean by risk owner? What do they mean by attitude? What do they mean by appetite? This is not appetite to food, right? So you want to know some of these definitions before you start your risk management. You have to be familiar with the definitions in risk management. Okay, the first one we have risk owner, right? Who is responsible for risk? Who is accountable for a particular risk? So, for example, you pick a financial risk. There's a financial risk to the organization. Who is responsible to manage that risk? You know that, of course, that will be probably the finance officer, right? You want to ensure that you identify or you assign a risk owner to every risk that has been identified. So when you identify a particular risk, you bring in the risk owner so that the risk will be managed effectively, right? We also have risk attitude. This is your approach to assess your risk. How do you assess your risk? Do you want to retain your risk? Do you want to transfer your risk? Do you want to modify? Modify also could mean mitigate or could also mean reduce. So are you looking at you reducing the risk, or you want to modify? What is the approach you'll be using in your risk management? All right. So most organizations, before you start your risk assessment, you would have a risk management process. This process will detail everything and all the approach that you'll be using to assess your risk. So in that place or in that process document, you would have your risk methodology, where you would state the risk matrix that you'll be using. You will state your risk appetite, you will state your risk tolerance, and how you want to get your risk score. All of these things will be embedded in your risk assessment or risk management process. Okay, we also have risk appetite. This is the type of risk that you are prepared to either take or retain, right? This is your appetite. You're saying, okay, as an organization, this is what we can bear. As an organization, for our day-to-day activities, this is what we feel our appetite is, right? While we also have risk tolerance. This is your threshold. This is your readiness to accept a risk. Even after treatment, you are saying, okay, we can tolerate this risk even when it is low, or oh, we can tolerate this risk when it is high, right? So this is what risk tolerance is, right? Continuation of some of the definitions, we have risk aversion, we have risk aggregation, we have risk acceptance, right? Aversion is your attitude to turn away from risk. So you are saying that, oh, how do we turn away from risk? How do we ensure that we have, or how do we maintain a low risk tolerance? Okay, we have risk aggregation, which is you combining several risks in one. So instead of you to take it one by one, you want to consider or combine several risks as one. All right, I hope we are still together and I am not speaking to myself. Okay, we also have risk acceptance, just as the name implies, how you welcome risk, how you bring risk on. How do you accept a risk? What is the criteria for you accepting a risk? Like I said earlier, you would have your risk assessment process. In that process document or in the framework or methodology, you would have stated there how you want to accept a risk, right? Are you saying when a risk is low, we would accept it? Are you saying when it is medium, we want to accept it? Or are we saying when it is high, we want to accept the risk? This acceptance helps you to make decision on how or what you want to do with a risk, right? When you identify the risk and you assess it, then you would get the risk score and you decide if you want to accept the risk or not. And of course, if you will not be accepting the risk, you need to have control measures in place. How do you mitigate this risk? How do you reduce the risk? So, for example, if you assess a risk and you see that, oh, this risk is very high, the impact that it would have on our organization if it happens is high. Remember, we said risk is uncertainty. It has not happened, but you feel it might happen. So, you are preparing ahead of it. All right. So, if you feel that the impact it would have on your organization is going to be high, you now need to say, oh, let us try and put in measures to reduce the risk. For example, as an organization, you can have, I'm looking for an example to use as an organization. So probably you have, let's say, cybersecurity risk. You are prone to cyber attack, right? You feel that you can be prone to cyber attack, and if it happens, the impact will be high. Probably you are a financial organization, and you feel that, oh, if there's any cyber attack, there's any phishing or malware, there is going to be a very high negative impact, right? You need to put in measures to control, measures to reduce it. Now, how do you put in measures? What do you need to do? For cyber attack, you need to now put in measures to prevent phishing. You need to have security controls in place, right? These are ways by which you can reduce or modify your risk. You assess it and check, okay, what can we do? What are the controls we should put in place to reduce the risk? All right, this is what this control is talking about. We have risk retention, how you accept maybe potential benefit, gain, or loss. So risk could bring loss, of course, and if you manage it properly, it could also bring benefit to you as an organization. So retention is how you accept the gain, accept the loss of a particular risk. All right, and it also involves residual risk. So residual risk is the risk you have after treatment. So first of all, you identify a risk, right? Probably cybersecurity, you identify it, and then you assess the risk. You get your risk score. You see that, oh, this risk is very high. Let's try to reduce it. Maybe the risk score was 9, and you feel 9 is high in your risk methodology. All right, let's try to reduce this risk. If you reduce it, it does not mean that it will totally eradicate this risk, right? Risk treatment does not mean total eradication. You could still have some risk left, but of course, it has reduced the risk from high to low. So maybe instead of you having 9 as a score now, you now have 2 or you now have 3. That is low, but that is your residual risk. That is the risk that is left after the treatment. So when you treat a risk, you could still have, residual risk. We're not saying that treatment of a risk would totally eradicate that risk. No, but it means that it modifies it. It reduces the impact of that risk. All right. So residual risk is the risk remaining after treatment. After treatment. Okay. We have resilience. What is resilience? What do we understand as resilience? Resilience is how your capacity of an organization to a changing environment. What is our capacity as an organization? What's our threshold? Are we resilient as an organization? Can we withstand whatever happens? Can we withstand whatever threat or whatever risk that might occur in our organization? How resilient are we? What is our threshold? How can we withstand risk or situations or disruptions. How can we, what is our capacity for withstanding risk? All right, and we also have risk profile. This talks about describing any types of risk. All right, so we'll move on to the next slide. Here we have standards that relate to ISO 31000. We have ISO guide 73. This is vocabulary. Here we have different terminologies in risk management. So if you want to know more about terminologies for risk management, you can check these standards. All right, we have 31004, which is guidance to implementing ISO 31000. So if you want to implement risk management in your organization, you need to have this standard to help you to know the steps to implementing ISO 31000 in your organization. How can you implement it? How can you adopt it and integrate it into your organization? And of course, we have 3110. That's 1010, which talks about risk assessment techniques. So here it gives you or it shows you guidelines on how you can apply some techniques for assessing risk in your organization. So these are some of the rated standards that you can have if you are willing to implement or adopt ISO 31000 in your organization. Okay, all right, so let's look at benefits of ISO 31000. What are some of the benefits that would accrue to you when you implement ISO 31000, right? The first one, it increases the likelihood of achieving objectives. Of course, because you have managed your risk effectively, you have planned ahead, you are able to mitigate whatever risk that you have identified. So it helps you or it increases the chances of you achieving your objectives, right? It encourages proactive management. And also to be aware of the need to identify and treat risk in your organization, right? It improves how you can identify opportunities and threats. It also helps you to comply with relevant authorities, relevant regulatory requirements, and international norms. It improves financial reporting, right? When you implement ISO 31000, sorry, when you manage your risk effectively, it improves your financial reporting, right? It improves your governance, right? Proper or effective risk management improves your stakeholders' confidence and trust because you have mitigated risk, because you're able to achieve your objectives. Your stakeholders become more confident in you as an organization. They feel, okay, these people, they know what they are doing, and we believe that we can trust them as an organization, right? It also helps us to establish reliable basis for decision making. Remember, you manage risk effectively and it is embedded or integrated into the organization's governance, right? So it helps you to plan and make appropriate decisions. And of course, there's another one which talks about improved controls. When you assess your risk, it helps you to put right measures or right controls in place to mitigate risk in the organization. It also helps us to effectively allocate and use resources for risk treatment. When you do this, when you manage it and you check, you assess, you are able to allocate the right resources to treat these risks or to modify the risk that has been identified, right? It minimizes losses. I don't want to keep reading all of this. It helps to improve organizational resilience. When you manage your risk appropriately and effectively, it helps you to withstand whatever disruption that your organization might face. Why? You already planned ahead. You have prepared ahead of this risk, so you are able to withstand whatever happens. You already put measures in place, you already put controls in place to mitigate these risks. All right, are we still together? Are we still together? I hope we are still here. I don't want to keep talking to myself. I hope that we are still together. Let me know if you are still together. All right. Okay, we are still together. All right. Thank you very much. All right, so managing risk. Of course, as individuals, we all try to manage risk even as an individual, you try to manage security risk on your part. You don't go out at night, or even if you go out, you know what to do. You don't leave your doors open as an individual. You try to, manage risk of theft, right? So consciously or unconsciously, we all try to manage risk. But of course, we are not managing it systematically. So ISO 31000 provides the framework, provides the approach to ensure that we manage it in a systematic way, not just let's go with the flow, or let's just do it. No, you are able to identify the approach. You are able to establish a framework or approach to which you want to manage the risk in your organization, right? Also, risk management means that you think ahead, right? You already figured out what can affect your organization. Managing risk helps you, you think ahead. Oh, what do we need to do? What can affect us achieving our objectives? What can hinder us from achieving our objectives? What are the things that we need to put in place, right? It helps you to think appropriately, and it helps you to think critically. Okay, managing risk also helps us to maximize opportunity and minimize threats, minimize risk, minimize uncertainties, right? So 31,000 helps us to effectively manage risk. All right, so let's go to the next slide. This talks about you managing risk effectively. We want to ensure that we put in the right approach. We use a SMART method. We put in effective controls in place to mitigate risk. We don't just want to put in any control. You can see here effective controls, not controls that you don't want to put control, just let's put something in place. No, the controls are effective, and they're also not expensive, they're cost effective. The controls are smart, they're cost effective, and they can do the work, right? So if you are trying to mitigate a cybersecurity risk, you don't just pick any type of control. You want to ensure that whatever control that you want to put in place is cost effective, it is smart, and it will do the work. All right, ensure that risk management ensures that we take into consideration all of these things in our organization, right? So we have some importance and purpose of risk assessment, right? These are some of the importance or the purpose. Of course, it helps us to identify relevant threats to organization, right? It helps us to identify vulnerabilities to organizations. It helps us to identify the likelihood. You want to know, oh, what is the likelihood that these risk would occur, right? It also helps us to identify potential nonconformities, and helps us to have proactive approach in the sense that we already planned ahead and implemented some controls to mitigate whatever risk might happen or might affect our organization. All right. We have different risk categories or risk types. Of course, we already mentioned some of them earlier, so we'll not really go in depth into this. We'll just look at a few of these risks that we have, or that ISO 31000 considers. It could be strategic risk, right? These are some of the common types of risk, but not limited to these, right? You can have strategic risk, it could be operational risk, compliance risk, risk to business continuity. It could be supply chain risk. Here we can say, oh, what can happen, what is it that can happen, that can arise from us depending on our supplier. So we are saying maybe our suppliers might fail. What are the things that can make them fail? Probably natural disaster, maybe political instability. We want to take note of some of these risks. All right, we could have cybersecurity risk. We could have environmental risk. We could have project risk. We can have financial risk. So you want to check, for financial risk, what are the things that can that pertains to our financial stability, right? How we perform financially. What are the things that are related to it, right? So you want to take note of some of these risk categories, right? This is not limited. We have lots. We have, I think, over 30 risk categories. So we just have to identify a few of these risk categories. Okay, so we'll be looking at NIST 800 steps to risk assessment, right? The NIST 800 focuses on assessing or managing information risk in information systems. When we say information systems, talking about our hardware, our software, right? So NIST 8030 focuses on assessing and managing risks that can affect all of these things, that can affect our information systems. Okay, and we have some steps. Okay, this NIST provides 9 steps for assessing risk, 9 steps for assessing information systems risk. Okay, we have step 1, you need to have the system characterization. We have step 2, threat identification. We have step 3, vulnerability identification. Step 4, control analysis. Step 5, likelihood determination. Step 6, impact analysis. Step 7, risk determination. Step 8, control recommendations. And the final step, result documentation. So we'll go into each of these steps and we'll look at what this step talks about. Right, so for step 1, here you need to assess or start by identifying and characterizing your information system. So before you start, you want to know what kind of information system are we looking at here. Is it the hardware? Is it the software? You want to know what exactly we are looking at here, right? Document the type of system that you are looking at here. Okay, so you want to assess the risk, document the type of system that you're looking at first of all, and then this will now lead you to, you are able to clarify the system boundary, clarify the functions, clarify the criticality of that system. Oh, this hardware you're looking at, it's a very critical system, and we need to ensure that we look at the risks that might affect it. So the first step is to characterize your system, right? Identify it, ensure you define the type of system you are looking at. Step 2, threat identification. Here you want to identify the potential threat to the information system you identified in the first step, right? What are the potential threats to the information system, right? So some of the information system could be your incident report, what can affect all of these things. And of course, you need to list out those threats. It could be natural threats, it could be human threat, environmental threat. You need to identify the threat that would affect the system you identified under step 1, right? Step 3, you need to also identify the vulnerabilities within this system, right? So here, okay, maybe the system you're looking at penetration test, what can affect it? You need to identify vulnerability. Vulnerability examples of them are penetration tests, audit reports, audit results. You want to look at that. And of course, you will now list out the vulnerabilities, the weaknesses that can be exploited. You want to list them out. Remember, I'm looking at the step-by-step assessment process for our information systems. Right, the next thing you want to go to control analysis. How do we ensure that we put effective controls in place to mitigate or reduce or modify the risk or the vulnerability and threat that has been identified? So you can use mitigate. Some people will use mitigate, some will say reduce, some will say modify. They all mean the same thing. You're trying to reduce a risk. You're trying to ensure that you eradicate a risk. Maybe not totally, but you want to ensure that you modify it. Either you modify, you reduce, you mitigate, they all mean the same thing. So for step 4, you want to ensure that you have the right controls. List out the types of controls that can help to mitigate or that can help to reduce these vulnerabilities and threats that you have identified. Okay, the next step is for you to determine the likelihood. So you are saying, oh, this risk or this vulnerability, remember that these things are uncertainty. So the likelihood, you are saying, oh, we don't think it can happen. The likelihood is low. It might likely not happen, might likely not occur due to the controls that you have in place, right? Or you can say, oh, the likelihood is still high even with these controls. Or you want to say, oh, the likelihood is medium because we have these controls. You want to identify the likelihood of these risks occurring, right? Then you look at the impact analysis. If this risk eventually occurs, how would it affect your organization? You want to assess the impact, right? What will be the impact? What will be the consequence? What will be the effect on you as an organization? So after you have characterized your information system, you already assessed it, you already listed out the controls, you check the likelihood, you also need to look at the impact rating. Is it low? Is it high? Is it medium? What is the impact rating, or what will be the impact rating for these risks? All right. And then you want to go on to determining the risk, which is you having or getting your risk score. Here you now need to multiply your likelihood by your impact. You want to know how high your risk is. You want to know the scale of your risk. So you want to multiply the likelihood by the impact. So for example, maybe you're using a 5-point matrix or a 3-point matrix. You're saying, okay, we're using 1, 2, 3, which is maybe 1 is low, 2 is medium, 3 is high, right? So for example, your likelihood is 3 or 2, and then your impact is 3. You want to multiply these two together to get your risk scale or your risk score. This will help you determine the magnitude of your risk. It helps you to know how high your risk is, or how low your risk is, or if your risk is medium. Then you now recommend controls, right? You need to apply controls. Say, okay, for this risk that is high, what do we need to do? What are the things that we need to put in place to ensure that we reduce this risk? How do we ensure that this risk is mitigated or modified? You need to recommend controls. So you go from characterizing, you assess it, you check the controls in place, you check the likelihood, check the impact, you get your score, right? And then you now recommend controls for mitigating the risk, right? You need to recommend controls. You can also consider some of these factors, how it affects your impact or your operation. This will help you define or determine the type of control that you want to put in place. All right. So controls are solutions or alternative solutions to mitigate risk. You need to put in these things in place, right? List out the controls or solutions that will help to mitigate risk. And the final step is you documenting your results. Trust me, you don't want to do your risk assessment offhand or by heart, right? You want to ensure that you document the process, document everything that you have found during the risk assessment, right? Or what's the likelihood? You want to put everything into documentation. Very important, right? Check the risk level, document it, the controls and recommendations that you already identified. Ensure that you document all of these things. All right, so we have the structure of ISO 31000. The structure of ISO 31000. Remember, I told us earlier that we have clause 1 to 6 in ISO 31000, but 1 to 3 is not important. There are definitions and references. Our major focus is on clause 4, 5, and 6, which is the major structure of ISO 31000. All right, so what is clause 4? We have the principles. Under clause 5, we have the framework. And then clause 6, we have the process. So what are the principles to risk management, right? What is the framework for management of risk? What are the processes involved in risk management in our organization, right? So we'll look at these clauses one after the other before we call it a day. All right, clause 4, we talked about principles, right? These are the foundations for managing risk, right? You need to have a foundation on how you want to manage your risk. Just as individuals, you have your principles, have the principles that guide you as as a person, right? So as an organization also, you want to have principles for managing your risk, right? And we have these principles. We have about 8 principles, right? We have about 8 principles. The first one is integration, right? This tells us that risk management is a part of our activities. Like we said earlier, you have to bring in your risk management into the organization structure, bring it into the governance, bring it into their culture, right? That is the only way it will work. You need to integrate risk management into a part of your structure. That is the only way you can manage your risk effectively, right? Another principle is structured and comprehensive. If you are as an organization, ensure that you adopt a systematic and structured approach managing risk, right? So for that, you want to have a structure. You want to have like maybe an organizational chart. You want to ensure that you define roles and responsibilities, define the processes involved, define how you want to assess your risk. Remember, I told us earlier that when you want to assess risk, you should have a risk framework or have a risk management process document, right? This document will detail the structure of your risk management. It will detail who is responsible. It will detail how you want to identify, how you want to treat your risk, what is your risk appetite. It will detail all of that. So you want to ensure that you have a systematic and structured approach. So ISO 1000 ensures that organizations use a structured and comprehensive approach, right? Customize. You want to ensure that another principle is to ensure that your risk management framework is tailored to your organization's needs and context, right? It's tailored to what you do in your organization. It's tailored to your organization in particular. You don't want to go out there and use another organization's framework. You want to ensure you tailor it to what you do, tailor it to your governance, tailor it to your structure, tailor it to your context, tailor it to the needs of your organization, right? Another principle is inclusive, right? You want to ensure that it involves that everyone, right? Everyone participates and contributes. No man is an island of knowledge, right? So this principle states that everyone should be involved, right? All stakeholders should be involved, they should participate and also have their contributions in risk management, okay? Just one person cannot manage a risk. You can't just say, oh, I'm the risk officer and then I should be the only one involved. No, you need contribution of other stakeholders. Just like we said earlier, you need to identify risk owner. So as an organization, you have different risks. And of course, you would have various risk owners. So you want to involve all the relevant stakeholders, get opinions from them, get contributions from them, so that you can effectively manage the risk of your organization. Okay, this would of course improve your awareness and in the organization. Okay, then the next principle we have dynamic. We have dynamic. We are saying that there could be changes, right? It is not a one-time exercise. You cannot say, oh, we already did risk assessments for this year and that is it. No, it is dynamic. It is a continuous process, right? That's why you will hear some organizations tell you that, okay, we'll be assessing our risk every 6 months. Some will tell you, oh, we'll be assessing our risk every year. Okay, you want to ensure that you continually assess because there could be new risk that was not identified at the onset. So you need to ensure that this principle ensures that risk management is not a one-off process. It is not a one-time exercise. It is a continuous process. Risk can emerge from anywhere. There could be changes in your external and internal context. There could be changes to your organization. There could be changes in your structure. This could also bring in more risk. So you want to ensure that you use dynamic approach, ensure that you take dynamics into consideration. Risk should not, or risk management should not be a one-off exercise. It is a continuous process, right? Another principle is best available information. When you are conducting risk assessment or when you want to manage your risk, ensure that you take into account everything. Ensure that you have accurate information. Ensure that your information is clear, right? Ensure that everyone also has access to this information. There is no hiding when you're managing risk. You can't be hiding your risk. No, you can't say, oh, only the risk officer should see the risk. All relevant stakeholders should be involved. Information should be made available to everyone. It should be clear. There should be a clear information. There shouldn't be any discrepancy. All right. Ensure that you have the best available information. Another principle we have is human and cultural factors, right? Of course, we know that your human and cultural factor would influence every area of risk management, right? The culture of the organization, human behavior would definitely influence the risk management. And the last one is continual improvement. Very, very important. Very important. So the way we said earlier, okay, Ojarinde, you raised your hand. Do you have a question? Hello? Okay, I guess that was a mistake. All right, the last one under principles is continual improvement. Trust me, every organization wants to continually improve. You don't want to remain stagnant. You don't want to remain in the same position you were last year. You don't want to remain in the same position you were the previous month. Even as an individual, you want to continually improve, right? So for organizations, you need to continually improve on your process. Peradventure this year, you maybe identified 10 risks to your organization. You want to check again next year. Maybe you have some controls that you put in place. The next time you want to improve on those controls, you want to make findings and say, okay, what are the other ways with which you can improve this process? How else can we improve the controls? Oh, this control looks like it's already archaic, it's already outdated, right? It's already going obsolete. What other control can we use? You need to continually improve. You can't be stagnant, right? You should continually improve through your learning and experience as an organization. So for risk management, you should also consider continual improvement. Okay, we'll go on to the clause 5, which talks about the framework. Okay, we already talked about clause 4, which is the principles. Clause 5 is the framework, which addresses the core elements of risk management, right? It encompasses integrating, designing, implementing, evaluating, and improving our risk management across the organization, right? We have the frameworks here. We have about 6 frameworks, right? The first one is leadership and commitment. Leadership and commitment. This is very, very essential. These helps us to know that, oh, it's very important that the leaders, top management, they are committed to the management of risk in an organization. If you look at other management systems, right, like ISO 9001, ISO 2301, the clause 5 is also talks about leadership and commitment as well. And they want to ensure that the top management is involved. If the top management is not involved, trust me, the risk will not be effectively managed, because you need resources, right? You need to implement some controls, and you would need resources. So if top management is not involved, then they would not be able to provide those resources. It's very, very important that the top management are actively involved. They are committed to the management of risk in the organization, right? They can show their commitment by providing resources, by establishing policies, by establishing processes for managing risk in the organization, right? They are the ones that would lead, and the entire organization will follow. Okay, very, very important. The next framework we have is integration. It's very, very important that you integrate the risk management into your process. Remember, talking about it under the principles as well. Very important that it is integrated into our process. Why are we doing this? So that we will get the maximum benefit for implementing ISO 31001 or for adopting ISO 31000. Okay, so very important that it is integrated into our structure, it is integrated into our processes. All right, the next one we have design as a framework, right? Top management should ensure that you customize the risk management framework to align with their needs, to align with their objectives, to align with the context of the organization, right? You need to ensure that you assign authorities that are responsible to ensure that everyone does the right thing, right? You assign roles and responsibilities to people, right? Ensure that they allocate resources. Resources is not limited to finance alone. Resources in terms of people, in terms of technology, in terms of tools, they need to allocate the necessary resources. So the design encompasses all of that, right? We have the implementation. Right, as an organization, you should implement the risk management by developing plan. Remember, I said earlier that you need to have a process document. How do you want to manage risk in your organization? What is your risk appetite? You need to have a plan. How often do you want to assess our risk? Right, you need to have a plan around all of these things. Where, how, when, right? These are the things that should be included in your plan when you're implementing the risk management. You want to ensure that you consider the frequency for managing risk or assessing risk, the when you want to do it, how you want to do it, the process, everything should be taken into consideration. And of course, improvement. Remember, we said you should continually improve, right? Monitor your risk, check for other controls, check for areas that you can improve upon. These areas could arise from changes. Maybe there's a change in your organizational structure. Of course, there'll be a change, there'll be maybe extra risk or there'll be new risk. So you want to continually improve as an organization. You want to continually improve as an organization. I hope that we are still together. I hope that we are still here. I assume that everyone is still with us. Okay, so we're looking at the clause 6. We talked about process. I hope we are still here. Okay, we are still here. All right, good. All right, so what approach do we take in risk management? What are the procedures? How do we apply these policies? How do we apply the procedures for risk management, right? How do we communicate? How do we establish? How do we treat our risk? How do we review? What is the monitoring process? What is the record process? What is the reporting process? All of these things are what we'll be looking at, right? The process includes, we have the first one, communication and consultation. In risk management, you have to communicate, right? In fact, in whatever it is that you do in your organization, you have to always communicate. Communication is very, very important. Communication is very, very key. Like we said earlier, you cannot assess or manage risk alone. Every relevant stakeholder should be involved, right? You can't do it alone. You can't be a one-man mopo. You can't say, oh, I'm in charge, I want to do it alone. No, you should consult every relevant stakeholder. They should be involved, right? You want to get their opinions, you want to get their contributions to the risk, you want to get their ideas, you want to pick their brain to know, okay, what can we do? How can we mitigate this risk? How can we control this risk? What are the control measures that we can put in place to modify this risk, right? So you want to consult and communicate with the relevant stakeholders, both internal and external stakeholders, right? You want to ensure that you communicate to them. Everyone understands the risk. Everyone knows what the risk is about. You're able to effectively manage it, and then decisions are made. So if everyone is involved, you look at the risk and say, okay, this risk is high. What can we do? Everyone drops their opinion, right? And then a decision is made. So it's very important that we take communication and consultation into perspective, right? This is a process for risk management. Okay. We also have the next one: scope, context, and criteria. Scope, context, and criteria. Here you want to ensure that before you start managing your risk or assessing the risk, ensure that you have defined the scope of an organization, right? You want to define the scope of the risk management activities. You want to say, okay, the scope, it covers this area, it's limited to this area alone. You want to ensure that you define the scope so that you can effectively customize your risk management process and have an effective risk assessment and treatment in place. So you need to define the scope of your risk management in the organization. Okay, you need to define the scope. All right, the next process, we have the risk assessment in itself. So you can see the first process, you communicate and you consult. The next one, you define the scope. Then you go on to assessing the risk, right? Here you want to identify the type of risk, right? You want to analyze this risk properly. You want to say, okay, this risk that you have identified, what is the likelihood of this risk? What will be the impact of this risk if it occurs? How would it affect our organization, right? You want to understand the likelihood and the impact of a risk, right? You multiply the likelihood by the impact and you get your risk score. So you know if it is a high risk, if it is medium, or it is low, right? You want to assess the risk to your organization. And of course, the next one is risk treatment. Very, very important. After you must have assessed the risk, you have identified it, assessed it, gotten your risk score, you now decide if it is high or low. Then you go on to implement solutions, right? You go on to put appropriate controls in place to mitigate the risk. How can we treat this risk? Do you want to retain the risk? Are we accepting the risk? Are we transferring the risk? We want to know what to do, how you want to address the risk. Let's know if we want to accept it. If it is low, okay, we can accept it. Or if it is high, we cannot accept it. We need to transfer or modify. Then you now get controls in place to modify the risk. All right, the next one, we have monitoring and review. Remember, we said earlier in the previous framework that it is not a one-off thing. There could be changes, right? You need to continually monitor. You want to monitor it, review, and update. This would definitely help and improve the effectiveness of implementation outcomes. So if you continually review your risk, so let's say that, oh, you already put in place a control measure for a particular risk. You go back again, maybe after 3 months, after 6 months, you want to review what else can be done. Have we closed out this risk? Have we closed out this thing? Oh, we mentioned 3 months ago that we want to implement a solution. We want to implement a security solution. Have we done that? Right? You want to continually review and update when there are changes. Right? It helps to increase continual improvement. Right? As an organization, you continually improve. You're not stagnant. You're not in the same position you were the previous year. As an organization, you need to continually monitor, review, and update your risk, right? Or your risk process or your risk management as an organization. And of course, we have last one, we have recording and reporting. This is the last process in risk management, right? After you have monitored and reviewed, you need to report, you need to record You can't just have everything in your head, right? You need to record everything that you have seen, record the controls that you have put in place, record the outcomes. What was the outcome of the risk assessment that you performed or that you conducted? You want to record, and also send the report to top management. Remember that everyone needs to be actively involved. So, for example, if the risk officer conducted the risk assessment with the relevant risk owner, you want to ensure that you report the result of the risk assessment to top management. This is where decision will be made, right? You want to have conversation with top management. Oh, this risk is high. What can we do? Do we need to implement this solution? This risk is low. We would accept it as an organization. You need to factor all of these into place. This is the last process for risk management. All right. So before we continue, I would just like to go over what we talked about today. We looked at IS 1000, right, which is risk management guidelines, right? We discussed on the importance and the benefits of IS 1000. We also looked at some of the definitions of IS 1000, right? We looked at the NIST framework for information system, right? How we can assess information system risk, right? We looked at these 9 steps for assessing information systems risk, right? And then we moved on to the structure of the IS 31000 in itself. We looked at the clause 4, clause 5, and clause 6. We said clause 4 focuses on the principles, clause 5 focuses on the framework, and clause 6 focuses on the processes of risk management, right? If we apply all of these things in managing risk in our organization, trust me, it will be effective. All right, so do we have any questions? Any questions? I will stay here. Do you have any questions? Hello, are we still here? Are we still here? All right, do you have any questions?
If you have any questions, kindly indicate in the chat room, or you want to speak, you can put up your hand and then speak, so we can entertain your questions and give answers to them.
All right, please go ahead. Oluwalofikemi, you have a question, please go ahead. Do you want to speak or do you want to type that? Kenneth also says he has a question. Do you want to speak or would you like to type that? Okay, so the first question here, I can see, how do you identify risk in an organization? Okay, so for an organization, right, if you want to identify risk in your organization, you need to consider your objectives, consider your organization as a whole, right? Just like I said, you need to ensure that you know your structure, you get your structure. Okay, for a financial organization, you know that this is a financial organization. That would direct your path in the line of the type of risk that you identify. The risk that a manufacturing company would face will be different from the risk, or might be slightly different from the risk a financial organization would face, right? So you need to define your organizational structure first, right? You want to know what you do, you want to know your objectives. This would help you to look at the risk that can affect your organization as a whole, right? You want to know, what exactly are we even looking at? Are we looking at the financial sector? Okay, this is a bank, right? What's our objective, right? Get your objectives and then identify some of the risk that can affect your organization as a whole, right? You need to establish your objective, establish your goal as an organization. This would help you to gather information. You want to also check what are the things that have happened before in this organization. What has happened before? What are the incidents that has happened before? You want to meet with some stakeholders, that's why I said you can't do it alone, right? After establishing your concept, establish your objective, your mission as an organization, you want to gather information from different people, from stakeholders. Check your records, your previous records. Do we have previous incidents? You want to check if that can still affect your organization, right? This will now lead you to identifying some of the potential risks that can affect you, and as well, you now meet with people and see how you can address those risks. Okay, I have another question here. What's the difference between risk officer and risk owner? Okay, all right. So for risk officer, this is like the major person that guides or manages risk in an organization. So for example, we have compliance officer. Compliance officer is in charge of the compliance to regulatory requirements or legal requirements of organization. So for risk officer is the overall person in charge of managing risk. But for the risk owner, it is specific to individual risk, the person that manages individual risk. So let's say, for example, you identify cybersecurity risk, right? You want to say who exactly owns that risk, who is accountable for that risk. Remember that not everyone can manage all the risk. If there is a financial risk, the cybersecurity officer or cybersecurity personnel cannot be managing financial risk, right? So the risk officer is the major person in charge that oversees risk management in the entire organization, right? While the risk owner is the accountable person for each risk, for each individual risk that is identified. Let me see, do we have another question? Okay, how do you use risk management in counteracting risk? If after solving one risk leads to another, what does one do? Okay, so that is where we said risk management is a continuous process, right? If you pick or identify a particular risk, right? You identify that risk and you assess it. You now see, okay, this risk is high. Let's get controls in place to reduce this risk. The only thing that will make this risk lead to another, most times, is maybe the controls you put in place is not adequate. That's why there has to be a continuous review, because definitely one risk might lead to you having another risk. But once you identify properly and you put in the right measures and controls in place, you are able to mitigate the risk appropriately. And then you continually review to avoid leading to another risk, to avoid you getting other risks. So continuous review is very, very important. Continuous review and update would help you avoid further risk. Okay, then she said, then what type of okay, I didn't see that. Sorry. Okay. I didn't have to see the other question. Okay, then what of the risk of competition? If the organization is being affected by market value, the losses incurred may cause issues. What risk management process should come first? Okay, you're saying if risk of competition. Okay, how do you manage this? So just like I said, competition is not inevitable. I mean, everyone wants to make it, right? Every organization wants to make profits, and you will definitely have your competitors. So you want to identify how you can. So for you to mitigate competition, right, you need to find measures or controls in place to do that. How can you do that? You want to check how you can improve your own products. What are the things that will reduce competition? It is you having an upper hand or having an higher edge above your competitor, right? So you want to check, okay, how can we mitigate this? What do we need to do? Do we need to put in more effort into our production? Do we need to put in more effort into our quality so that this person we don't have direct competition again? We are now standing out, right? So you pick your organization, check how the competition affects your organization, in what area you think you are competing. You will definitely know if you are doing the same thing. So for banks, that's why you would see that some banks will tell you, oh, You don't need to walk into the organization to open your account. You can do it virtually. You can do it remotely, right? You can just download our app and you will be able to open an account, right? Because we have different banks, I as a person, I will want to go for the bank that does not does not need stress, does not need me to go through stress. So you want to sit down as an organization, review, gather information around your competitor. You want to see what are they doing differently, how can we stand out, how can we eradicate competition. But the thing is, competition cannot be eradicated completely because there will be more competitors, right? But you want to find ways to balance it. You want to find ways to ensure that, okay, we are not drowning, right? We are also out there. Okay, this person says, what do you mean by accept risk? You said something during the aspect of assessing risk. You as an organization, oh, does it mean, I can't see this question properly. Okay, so how can you assess risk? You as an organization can assess risk, and if it's low, they can accept it. Does it mean they stand okay? Oh, yes. So remember we said that when you want to manage risk, when you want to assess risk, you must have documented an approach. You must have had a risk assessment process, how you want to assess your risk. You must have had, oh, this is our risk appetite, right? Oh, this is our risk tolerance. As an organization, when the risk is low, we will accept it. It means that the impact or the consequences is not going to affect us. So we'll accept the risk. We don't need to have any controls in place. This risk is inevitable. There's nothing we can do about it. It will not really affect us. We accept it, right? So you want to define all of that in your risk assessment process initially, right? This would determine if you want to accept or not. Whatever it is that you have defined, right? If you say, oh, when a risk score is at 3, or when it is at 4, it is low to us and we would accept it. You have defined that before you started your risk assessment. So it depends on the appetite of the organization or the tolerance of the organization. Yes, it means that they can stand, they are okay with the effects of the risk. Okay, what is the best and easy way to mitigate risk? All right, so there is no best and easy way to mitigate risk. It depends on the type of risk, right? So you can't just pick everything or merge it together. You need to identify the risk in itself. What type of risk is it? What exactly are we looking at here? This would help you determine the type of mitigation control you need to put in place. But the most important thing is to note that when you are finding or procuring solutions or mitigation strategies for your risk, ensure that they are effective, ensure that they are smart, ensure that these controls that you are trying to put in place would be able to reduce the risk, right? So for example, if you are looking at let's pick environmental risk. Under environmental risk, let's pick fire outbreak as an example. For an organization, if fire outbreak could be a risk to you, you want to find ways that you can reduce the impact to your organization. Now, one of the ways is you having fire extinguishers in your organization. Another way is to ensure that you have trained fire marshals, right? Another way is for you to have contact with emergency service providers, right? Another way is to have smoke detectors. Okay, all of these controls that you're trying to put in place would help to mitigate the risk of fire outbreak, right? Another thing for you is to ensure that all your extensions, all your circuits, all whatever it is that could lead to fire are covered, right? So when you put these measures in place, you would also evaluate it and see that, okay, with all of these things, you are no longer prone to risk of fire outbreak, right? So you want to ensure that whatever measure you want to put in place, whatever control you want to put in place is adequate, is effective. There is no standard to it, but just evaluate the risk, assess it, and ensure that the control that you want to put in place will be effective for mitigating the risk. Okay, do we have any other questions? Do we have any other questions? I think we have answered all the questions here. Do we have any other questions?
I think we've taken all the questions.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
If you have more questions, I mean, you can reach out to us. I will be glad to help you. All right. Okay, so I'll hand over back to Edith. Can take it up from there. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so very much, Ikeolua. This was very insightful and very educative, right? And I believe everybody on the call would agree to this. So please let's give a round of applause and say thank you to our trainer for the second session, right? All about ISO 31000 risk management. Okay, so we have come to the end of the second session this morning and we'll be going on a 30-minute break. And we'll be back by 12 noon. All right, so please keep to time. Mercy, can you please share again the attendance form link? For those who have not filled out the attendance form, kindly do so. And also we'll be sharing the link to the assessment for the first session talking about ethics, and of course, the assessment link for the ISO 31000. So please endeavor to take these assessments. We'll also share them on the WhatsApp group as we progress on today's class, right? So we'll be back by 12 noon. Please keep to time. We wouldn't want to waste any single minute. We will kickstart immediately. It's 12 noon with the third session for today. Okay, so we see you then. Bye for now. All right, welcome back everybody to the third session for today. I hope we've gotten our cold water, coffee break, stretched our legs. Okay, so we will start right away with the next trainer. All right, I'll be sharing my screen in a jiffy. Okay, so yes, for the third session, ladies and gentlemen, would be taking on business analysis, and to handle the first session for the business analysis, given the fact that we'll be looking at 2 modules today, is Mr. Kingsley Ezurike. Mr. Kingsley is a business analyst, and he has successfully implemented the Odoo ERP for several organizations, and also TOGAF, talking about enterprise architecture, and also ISO 23001, and lots of other organizational development training. And without waste of time, ladies and gentlemen, let's put a round of applause, or let's give a round of applause as we welcome Mr. Kingsley to take us on the next module this afternoon. And take it from here, Mr. Kingsley. You're welcome, and thank you for joining us in class today.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Kingsley, and just like Edith just introduced me. Yeah, so basically I'm just Kingsley, and I'll be driving us through the other aspects of business analysis that has to do with strategy analysis. Yeah, it's one of the knowledge areas, a business analyst should have, and we'll be breaking them down. So permit me to put on my camera so I can have a good, network flow and all that.
All right,
Is that
all
fine?
right. That's fine, that's fine.
Okay, so hope everyone can see my screen now. So yeah,
Still not okay. Yes, you can see your screen now.
Thank you. So in the last session for business analysis class, Dr. Orlando was able to, break down so many things to us as it speaks to this course or this training, business analysis. So we are going to look into strategy analysis, what strategy analysis is, how it was developed, and how it helps in the organization. Right. So introduction to this, let me start with that. For us to have an understanding of what strategy is and what strategy analysis is, because it's expected of every organization to set their goals right. They have to have objectives. There should be vision statements. There should be, policies and all of that. So how are all of those things arranged, or how do they come about? How can we do them well to have a smooth organization, or have things go well in the organization? It has to do with the goals and the mission of the business. Because, let me center it to business as it is here, because you have to be strategic to carry out your business. Everybody has business plans, business ideas. Everybody works in one company or the other. So you see that there are laid down principles, there are objectives, there are, there's a plan that should be adopted, there's a plan that should be developed. So that's what strategy analysis is talking about, right? Is the direction and scope of an organization over the long term, which achieves advantage for the organization through its configuration of resources. Yeah, you need to consider the resources to make your strategy. You need to consider your resources. It has to be time bound. There should be something you're looking at. There should be a goal or a mission for that business or for that organization, right? So all of these will help achieve a good business flow or a good organization. Let me project something so we'll have a footprint. All right, we are good, right? So good. All right, so the goal or mission of the business needs to be stated clearly. The time frame, okay, what time are we expected to impute this or implement this? What time do we have to achieve this for the business or for the organization? So the goal or mission has to be clear, right? The direction of where the business is going to has to be stated clearly, and it has to be time bound, because strategy is all about the long term. It's not a now thing. Yeah, you have a business going. The business would not just shoot from point A to point B, C, D, you know, as the case may be. So it will take time to get there. It will take time to get to that height you're looking at. It will take time to get to that stage you're looking at. Right? Differs across industries. Every industries have their plans and what they are looking at. Are we okay? Are we good? So yeah, all of this will take time. It's about a long term, you know, it's about a long term. And the organization has to consider resources such as finance, skills. What are the skill sets within the staff of the organization or the business? What are those technical competencies to be able to achieve or put up a proper strategy? Right? So yeah, you can, because if you don't have all these things or put them into consideration, finances, skill sets, technical competencies, you will not be able to achieve that your goal or the mission of that business. Yeah, the environment within the organization you operate and, you know, its market, all of this will help you to position properly in any environment your business is found, or in any area your business is found, or the industry you play in. So all of these are very key. All of these are very key. To carry out a proper strategy, you need to state your goals, your mission. They have to be clearly stated. And it's also, you need to consider the time. You have to put time factor. What time frame are you looking to going from point A to point B, from point B to C? So all of those strategies to go about achieving all of this has to be time bound and is resourceful. It will take some resources to, you know, put all of these things into play. And you know, there are levels to strategy. There are levels to strategy. You range from corporate strategy. It has to, the purpose, the scope of the business has to be clear. You need to consider who are your investors, what are the government regulatory requirements. You need to put all of those things into consideration for the corporate level of strategy, right? So we need to have that, we need to consider these levels, we need to know these levels and how to drive each of them. The corporate level is concerned with the overall purpose and scope of the business. Strategies at this level are influenced by investors, just like I said, government and global competition. You know, this is the basis of all other strategies and strategic decisions, because they are this, having your corporate strategy, right? Having the scope of your business. Why am I into this business? What's my purpose for running this business or doing this business? Right? You have to state them clearly. When you've stated your purpose, you now have to, you know, see how to run the business in itself. What are those business units? What are those units to carry out this strategic purpose that we've outlined for this business? What are the units within the business? That's why, you know, in some organizations, you know, you get to see their organogram, you get to see the head, where the decision, more of the decision is being defined. There's a CEO, which goes down to other people that will help the CEO achieve the stated plan or goal as it is. So after the corporate strategy, after the purpose and the scope is being clear, you look at the business unit, which is below the corporate level, is the business unit. Just after all the purpose is clear, then you need to look at the unit. Each of these organizational units has a distinct external market, different from those of the SBUs, strategic business units, that addresses the choice of products, the pricing. Yeah, so all of this for a business, a particular business, yeah, the unit, define or decide or, address all of these things. What kind of products are we looking to do? What kind of services are we looking to render to be able to achieve our purpose for running the business, right? What are the pricing? If you have to sell products, what are the pricing you have to position in the market or within the market or within that space that we're playing? We need to ensure that our customer satisfaction is met, which is priority for every business. And we need to put ourselves in a competitive advantage, right? Right. So another level is operational strategy. When from the scope, from the purpose of the business being clear, the units that will play to achieve all of these things, then the next is operational, how to carry out all of those stated plans, services that will be carried out within the unit. So how are they going to be carried out? Because they need to focus on delivery of the corporate and the business unit strategies, right? Through the effective organization and development of resources, processes, and the people. Because how do we carry out the laid down purpose for this business? What are those processes that we need to adopt to drive achieving our objective at the end of the day? The resources that is needed, we need to check that. We need all of that will help carry out a good operation to achieving the objective at the end of the day. Are we good, everyone? Are we good? So yeah, there is strategy development, because you need to know how you can develop a strategy or your strategy for your business, right? You need to, develop a strategy. How do you develop a strategy? Strategy sometimes starts, strategy associated with an individual, often founder of the business, like I said, the CEO, right? How does the CEO, come up with a strategy? How does he or she get to position himself or herself, lay out all the purpose and objective of the business? Yeah, it starts from the head. The strategy sometimes starts and is strongly associated with an individual or a leader. Yeah, this can work all the way down an organization. Like I made mention of an organogram. If you've seen one, right, yeah, you definitely know that there is a structure. It starts from the CEO. What's the vision of the CEO? How do we get to work with the CEO to, achieve all of this? So yeah, it starts from the head and goes down to every other unit and department. Yeah, so it starts with the CEO, where the new leaders bring new ideas, strategies to the unit, to carrying out operations in the unit or other departments or divisions of it. Are we good, everyone? Are we good? So it starts from the leader, from the head, and goes down to decentralized and empowered organization, where all managers are encouraged to use the technique of strategy analysis and the intrapreneurial or, internally, and, actively create and champion new initiatives. So yeah, when the vision or the mission is clear, it goes down to internal operations being considered, to how all of this will be carried out. Then there's another side of it that, strategies resulting from a formal planning processes. Where some organizations find this to be essential, especially those for which strategy is truly long-term. So there should be a proper planning around this thing. There should be proper planning to be able to develop a good strategy to drive the business. So in the development of this strategy, there are three people that, looked at these things, looked at the different, have their different views and how they, look at developing strategy. There's Johnson, there's Cole, there's Whittington. These people sat down, looked at what ways do we look at developing strategy? How do we do this? How do we develop this? So they have 3 different ways or different approach to how they see things, which we call lenses. These lenses, there are the design lens, there is experience lens, there is idea lens. So that's how they, get to classify the ways they see these things or to develop strategy, right? You need to design it properly. There should be proper design. There should be an experience around it, and definitely ideas, initiatives, all of this needs to be developed to drive the strategy of any business organization. The design lens of formal planning sees strategy resulting from the deliberate positioning of the organization through a detailed and comprehensive analysis and a subsequent directive strategy that is formulated by top management and pushed down to the organization. So the design has to come from the top management. They sit down, they hold management meetings, they, look at all of these things, what they have to achieve or what is expected of them, the objectives of the business. They look at these things, they, get to talk, analyze, do all the thorough checks in it before they push down to other people in the department. So a key factor here is the structure of the organization. I made mention of the organogram before, and all the central systems that can align for proper reporting of the performance or how the strategy is being carried out, So yeah, all these are key. The design has to be very clear enough. It has to be clearly stated. So it is also unlikely that strategy by design always gets it right, yeah? Certainly not in every detail. It is likely that the adaptation and incremental changes will be made to the strategy. So yeah, when the design is done, when it is clearly defined by top management, all the details will be made clearly, will be stated clearly. Everything, aligning to it, adapting to it, to carry out the results, expected results is very key, right? There's an experience lens too. We've talked about the design lens, how these 3 people, sat down to look at developing strategy. They came up with the design lens, the experience lens, where the view of where the collective experience of the organization and its culture operates in the existing strategy to give it a new form. In other words, the strategy is modified to fit a continually evolving environment, and each modification may form the basis of the next, and so on. So internally, all our processes that we carry out, all of it, there's a culture we have already in the organization or for a particular business. So carrying out these processes, carrying out all the expected processes to achieving the result at the end of the day, build our experience around it, build our experience around the business we're playing and all of that. So how all of this, affects the business, even in the environment that we find ourselves. So all of these are to be considered. It's one of the ways that we can develop a good strategy, right? So we can see this diagram in my screen right now. So you see that, yeah, there's this mix. So you see how the triangle, the 2 of it, if we look at this, I wish we can have I don't know, maybe I'll need somebody to just, tell us what he or she understands with this diagram right now in front of me. Hello, everyone. Yeah, so yeah, can I get responses of how you see this? Going by all I've said, let me see your so hi. Yeah, Joyce, you want to say something? Wow, Anderson, nice one. The 3 forces act upon to develop the strategy. Nice one, nice one. Another thought, yeah, let me hear from you. Let us be more interactive before we can, move ahead. So yeah, somebody else should say something. Anderson, thank you. This is clear enough. Yeah, these 3 forces, act upon to develop the strategy. All right, good. Any other person? Okay, fine. Bedrocks of strategy. Thank you, Hope. Thank you, Hope. So yeah, these people are the key people within developing a strategy, right? So yeah, there's the head, just like I said, there are people within or groups of persons, and there should be a formal planning. These 3 forces really do help in developing a proper strategy. Yeah, it's a module guiding us upon the strategy. Yeah, thank you very much, Joyce. All right, beautiful. All right, thanks everyone. Thanks for your input. So although this seems a sensible approach, right? This small, slow steps taken as they are rooted in a collective experience and a past strategy are unlikely to be innovative and may produce responses that are just more of the same, right? And inadequate as answers to bigger than normal external changes. Yeah. So all this, the diagram above, all these key players, all these approaches to developing this is very key, right? Entrepreneurial strategy comes through the idea lens. I've discussed or talked about the 3 lenses or 3 ways that Johnson, Coles, and Whittington develop strategy, right? So yeah, the top player comes from the idea lens. That is where the innovation comes from. That is where the CEO, that is where the management directors, sit down to, lay out their ideas, right? Right. It can come from the environment, all of this, having a proper ideas or, the proper strategy. You have to consider your environment, the environment of the business you're carrying out. How can you, identify new opportunities? Who are your competitors? How can you position in your in the market for other to be competitive, if I'll use that word, right? To be competitive in the market. How do you position yourself? How do you get to, get customer demand? How do you, adapt to changes, technological changes? Yeah, all of these are key, right? All of these are very, very important for developing a good strategy. And all of this, right, to carry out this, there are sources you need to consider or put in check. Dependencies, right? Who are the people each department are depended on? What do they need to, have proper or develop a proper strategy, right? We can see that other departments are dependent on those that have control over the organization's resources. Where the HRO, the power of the HRO increases. For example, if all new staff requisition must be authorized by it. Yeah, so in a working environment or in a workplace, we see that after the CEO, it goes down to the account or the HRO and all those people that will sit, other executives that will sit in a level that has some kind of authorities that people are depended on, right? People depend on these people to carry out some tasks within the business or within the workspace as it is, right? So yeah, you need to consider dependency, right? You need to also consider financial resources. Where is the fund coming from? how will the funds be used, or how do we invest it? What ideas do we have? What services or products are we looking to do at the end of the day? So yeah, the resources, the financial resources have to be put to check. Where do we get those funds? What is the financial framework constraint? Or, how do we go about getting the funds for a particular laid down business or product we are looking to do? So yeah, where are those people? Where are those people, the key players? What is in the organizational structure? We need to consider that. How does their work affect the organization's performance? All this has to be, put to check in developing a good strategy, right? The uniqueness, because there are no other part of the organization can do what the powerful group does. Of course, the CEOs, they are unique in their position or their department, the HRO, the account people, and all that, they are unique. So we need to also consider that to developing a good strategy. Uncertainty has to be put to place too, because their power resides with people and groups that can cope with the unpredictable effects of the environment and protect others from its impact. Yeah, uncertainty, there are uncertainties that needs to be put to check. We just did risk the last session we did before now. We all get to talk about how to spot all of this and how to mitigate them. Okay, someone just put up a question. Okay, let me see. Okay, I've seen this other one. All right, you're saying, is it correct to say that innovative ideas are limited to the management alone? I once heard of a story of a vehicle that got stuck trying to pass through a barrier, and the bus struggled in vain to move out until the driver came around and told him that once the tires is deflated, the problem can be solved. Okay, so you are asking if it's dependent on the boss alone or management alone, right? Not really, but they are, they are the first players in there. They bet the idea. It's their business, right? But they are the ones that develop the strategy first, or firsthand. In developing the strategy, they are like the first-hand or first-hand people in it. So yeah, they still need the input of other persons to have these ideas, robust, make sense out of them, and achieve results at the end of the day. Yeah, of course they have the final say. Yeah, because like I said, it's their business. They have what they want to do. That's why they are doing the business in itself. So they have the final say. Yeah, they will take suggestions. Okay, but why not we do this? Why not let's do this? But actually they will decide if they will do that or not. Is that okay? Hope it does answer you or give clarity enough. Anikwe, are we okay? All right, thank you. Okay, so yeah, all of these are key, just like I said, in developing strategy. So yeah, most organizations, they face a complex and challenging external environment of increasing unpredictability, right? For businesses, let's say a car or a phone business, right? There are things around the environment that you need to check to developing your strategy. External environment analysis. You need to carry out such analysis before you can, have or develop a comprehensive analysis for your business or for the organization, right? Yeah, I need to consider the external environment. The external environment, the state of things, what is the economy right now? How do we position in the business? What product can sell? What is, what's the trending thing in the market? So we need to put all of that, the state of the nation, and of course the economy has to be put in place. because product demand is influenced by local employment and incomes and the cost of credit. So we need to check what is in the market, or how can we position in the market. What is the cost of products and services that we render? What are those changes? Because yeah, definitely things change. People's tastes are, changed by the day. Like I was saying, okay, we are considering a phone production business. We need to know, okay, what are those change in the environment? What is trendy? What are those tastes that people are looking for? Yeah, we need to put all of those things into check. We need to consider our external environment. The product cost, yeah, because price competition is high, and there is a continuous shift to move manufacturing to lower cost economy, with the possible impact on supply and after sales support. Yeah, so your external environment has to do with the cost of what your business is to be positioned in the market. The changes in your customers' taste, like what are they looking for? What is the trending demand? What is it that will sell? What is it that people will come looking for? How do we position these things? Right? All right. So we'll see how, back then we started with DVDs, how video cassette, sorry, when we go to video shops those times, things have really changed, right? So yeah, we'll get to go write names. Okay, there's a movie coming up this week. We just get to pay them. When it comes, we go to collect them, watch. So then, it was video cassette, and somehow making the house look bulky and everywhere looking too busy and all that. So we now have to move to the era of DVD. And in fact, these days we are on smart TVs, and people don't really get to buy CDs anymore. I doubt people do buy CDs. The much people do now is have your internet service, have your smart TV. I don't need to, you can see all the movies you want to see. You can, even with your mobile phones, you can, so all of these are changes in people's lifestyles and tastes, right? So there's also change in technology, just like I said. As every day technology changes, the way we operate phones some years back is not what it is now. So things are just changing. All of these things are the external factors that we need to analyze. The new marketing approach, we all need to do that. We need to put all of those things into consideration. There is a pestle analysis that is expected of every good strategy that's been developed. And this has to do with the external environment. Sorry, guys. Right? Pestle, I think of course, most of us must have heard this. So it's basically the political factor, economic factor, social cultural factor, technological factor, legal factor, and the environmental issue. If we put all this in check, we will, at the end of the day, develop a good strategy, right? So yeah, there's a framework to help organizations assess their broad environment, which is the pestle analysis. If you carry out this, it is going to help position your strategy properly. Carry out pestle analysis. What are the political influences? What are those economical influences? What are those social-cultural influences? How do all of this influence our strategy? Of course, the people you're to serve, or the environment, the demography, you need to put that in check also. The social mobility, the lifestyle changes, the concerns and the environment, the concerns for the environment, all of this needs to be considered. All of this analysis has to be done to drive a comprehensive and strategic analysis. All of this needs to be put in check. All right, so technological issues that include, government spending on research, focus on technology and support for, invention and innovation, the pace of technological change, and creation of technology-enabled industry. So yeah, like I talked about technology, we'll see how tech, is growing by the day. Things are changing. Approach to things are changing. You know, the quality of things are really changing. Innovation is on the high. We've seen how AI and, you know, help or, you know, speed our search for things and help do things. So we need to put all of this consideration in place. Legal issues, you know, environmental issues. You all need to put all of this in check or consider all of this or do this analysis to be able to come up with a good strategy analysis. So it is very important, right, that we do not view technical analysis as a set of checklists. No. So yeah, it's not like all the political and all, like, we don't see them or view it like a checklist, because since these are not of themselves useful in making a strategic assessment, but they should be considered in driving your strategy of developing your strategy, right? Right? They are very key. You consider them in developing a strategy or doing your strategy analysis. It has to be put in check. So the key task is to identify those key factors that will really affect the organization and to develop a real understanding of how they might evolve in the future. So like we know that strategy is not a now thing. It is something that we have a target. It's an objective. A business have an objective and it's a target. You don't just get there as, you know, as you wake up. You don't just get there. So yeah, it's time bound, like we said. You need to consider that time frame in achieving all of that. Are we good, everyone? Any question? Sorry. All right. Any question? Okay, none. All right, good. So yeah, in the center is a competitive battleground. Yeah, we are rivals compete. And competitive strategies are developed. Organizations seek to understand the nature of their competitive environment. Yeah, of course, as I mentioned this before, it's very key. You know, you see how or know how to position in the market. Okay, thank you, Joyce. You know how to position in the market, how to place yourself in the market, how to do things that are good. Thank you, Godwin. Okay, yeah. So these are very key things we need to put into consideration in developing a proper strategy analysis. So additionally, yeah, they'll be in a stronger position if they understand the interplay of the 5 forces. I'll show us that and can develop defenses against the threats they pose. Of course, if you see my screen now, you will see this total 5 forces model. Threats of new entrants coming into the industry. You know, what are your fears? You need to put all of that into check. Just like we did in ISO 1001, the previous class. Yeah, so there are risks. So we need to consider those risks, right? So all this competition in the industry, how you're positioning yourself in the industry, competitors, and all of that, right, has to do with there's a threat of new entrants, there's a bargaining power of buyers, there's threat of substitute products or services, there's bargaining power also of suppliers. Yeah, all of this, you know, you see how all the arrows tilt to the industry you're playing, to the business you're doing, right? These 5 posters are key. Are we good? Are we good? All right. So that's it. We need to put all of this check in the industry we play on just to be competitive in the industry at the end of the day. So new entrants may want to move into the market if it looks attractive. And if the barriers to entry are low, globalization and deregulation both give new entrants the opportunity, but there are barriers to entry that organizations build, which include, like I made mention of the economic factor, product difference. How do you distribute your product? How do you, render your services? at the end of the day. So it's some kind of things you need to consider, right? Economies of scale. If substantial investment is necessary before a new entrant can compete, then this may be a deterrent. So yeah, I've made mention of economic factor. I've made mention of product differences, right? If existing products and services are seen to have strong identities that are supported by high expenditure of branding, then new entrants may be deterred from entry, right? Substantial capital investment by new entrants, access to distribution channels that you need to know how you can, drive supplies, drive reaching out to your customers or the end users at the end of the day, So you need to find proper channels to distribute your services or your products. Yeah, so all of these are external factors that are considered in developing a good strategy, right? So yeah, we need to consider the strength of our suppliers too. You have to be put into consideration. The customers, what are their bargaining power? Your suppliers, how do you reach out to them? So all of these, they're found in these 5 forces, right? 5 forces model. All of these are very key to achieving a good or having a good strategy in place, right? So yeah, the framework is simple to use. The poster framework, is simple to use and understand, and it helps to identify the key competitive forces affecting a business. It is widely used in the development of strategies, just like I said. Yeah, so there are some weaknesses, of which the most often mentioned is that the government is not treated as a 6th force. So Porter's response is that the role of government is through each of the 5 forces, right? We have the legislation affects the entry and arrival of, for example, yeah. So the decision makers, all of that, and so on. They help, they guide to having a good strategy, right? Are we okay? Any questions? Any question? I don't know if I'm being too fast. We just have few minutes to go. That's why I'm just trying to meet up. All right. So there are internal environment analysis too that needs to be carried out, right? The external environment creates opportunity and threat and can give an outside stimulus. Let me see if there's a question. Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you. We are following. Thank you, Joyce. All right. So successful strategies depend on something else as well. The capability of the organization to perform. Can an organization include the change? Can the organization continue to change its capability so that it constantly fits the environment in which it operates? Yeah, so successful strategy depends on all of these things, yeah? So what's your performance in the industry? How are you positioned in the industry, right? What's your change management you have in place? How do you adapt to new changes and all that? So all of this contributes to having strategies in place. So yeah, most terms can be defined as follows. Like I said, the mission of the business or the organization, the objective of the organization, the strategy, which is the approach that is going to be taken. Yeah, all these are laid down policies or principles and all that. So you can achieve a good or finally come up with something authentic for our business or authentic strategy for our business. So all this internal analysis has to be done. The mission, the objective, the strategy, the tactics, all of it has to be done or put in place. Let me slide, for example. Running up. Okay, let me see if we can see the chart. Can we have the attendance list? Okay, please put up the attendance list, please, so they can have that in place. Yeah, so yeah, there are other internal factors that need to be consider also the physical resources, financial resources, human resources. Because when people in the business or people in the organization are not well skilled enough, they're not adopting the organizational culture, ethics, and all of that, you will not have you don't make something a proper strategy analysis at the end of the day. So all of these people need to, show their competencies, show there should be good training for staff and all of that. There should be, lay down processes and principles, and the finance also, how stable is the finance for the business? Who are your investors? How do you adapt to change in the market and all of that? All right. So yeah, the human resources also, the expertise, the commitment of the people, all that also needs to be considered. It needs to be considered, right? So yeah, another area also for carrying out internal analysis. I've mentioned resources. So yeah, the SWOT analysis has to be done also. I think I have that in the next slide. I will get there soon. Yeah, I'm almost running out of time. All right, so all of this has to be done.
Sorry to cut in, Kingsley. You still have time. Your time will elapse by 1:30. So.
Oh, okay, I was thinking it's 1 o'clock. All right. Okay. Thank you very much for that notice. Because I was almost scared that this is 1 o'clock. Thank you, please. Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, guys. Yeah. So resources, key. What are the strengths of the staff? What are their weaknesses? All of this helps. These are the internal analysis that we need to, carry out. Right? Some organizations have a single or limited range of products and can focus their efforts on delivering these products in such a way that they delight their customers. However, many businesses have a diversified range of products and services. They might all be computer software, but different products that are produced for different markets and for different users. So like I said, we need to have an internal conversation or do an internal analysis so we can, see how our products and services can reach to get to the end user, right? So we need to do all of that. We need to develop a strategic direction. A strategic analysis has to be done to what are the trending softwares in the market, all of this basically, they help us in developing a proper or a good strategy at the end of the day. Yeah, so each will have developed its own strategic direction, perhaps using the tools described in this chapter, and decisions must be taken now about the resources to be put into. So yeah, all of this, like they all help, right? Considering the resources, considering the finance, considering the people, all of this help in developing a good strategy at the end of the day. So, another thing we need to have or we need to know is a portfolio analysis. So yeah, this is a strategic management tool used by organizations to assess and manage their various business units or products effectively. The portfolio analysis needs to be put in check or to be considered to have a good strategy analysis at the end of the day. So what is that portfolio analysis? It's a strategic management tool, right? It's a tool to check or manage your staff, let me use that word, or other units, what are their KPIs, how productive are they, meeting up with service delivery, all this analysis needs to be done. This concept was originally developed by the Boston Consulting Group and is often represented in a matrix format known as Boston box. right? So the primary goal of portfolio analysis is to achieve a balanced mix of businesses or products within an organization. So if you carry out your portfolio analysis, you get to know or see how to balance your services, balance the products that you sell, right? So all of these are categorized into entities. There are 4 entities or 4 groups, right? Which is the cash cows, the stars, the white cats, you know, and the dogs. I believe some of us must have heard this before, or you know, some of us are conversant with this word, you know. Yeah, so all of this makes up, or these are distinct groups or categories for carrying out the portfolio analysis. So who are the cash cows? They represent the mature products or services operating in the established market where they dominate as market leaders. They generate the most significant profit and often provide the financial resources needed to support other segments of the organization. The cash cows, they are the top players, if I'll use that word, right? So yeah, they represent mature products or services. Yeah, so yeah, the cash cows that generate the most significant profit and often provide the financial resources needed to support other segments of the business or the organization. So they are the top players, right? So that the stars are products or business units situated in high growth industries. They continuously invest in growth and market expansion to strengthen their position and eventually become the next cash cow. So the stars, you know, they are next to the cash cows. There are, you know, units that are working or, you know, putting all efforts to see how they can position properly to be able to meet up. So yeah, the portfolio analysis is part of this group. The white cat, the dogs. The white cat, they're also known as problem children. Just when we saw in this here, white cat, problem children. Some of us are pretty much conversant with all of this, but yeah, they are unprofitable entities for the future. They require careful examination and resources to potentially transform them into stars. So you see that these are levels, these are the different levels of the portfolio analysis. Okay, I believe the slide will be shared, right? I believe it's been shared already. Edith, I believe they've gotten the slides or they'll get at the end of the day, right? All right, so don't worry. Who was asking? Andrew, don't worry. I believe either it's been sent to you or it will be sent afterwards. Right. So the white cats are known as problem children. They are unprofitable entities for the future. They require careful examination and resources to potentially transform them into cats. So finally, the dogs. These are business with low market share in stagnant or low growth markets, right? The portfolio analysis helps organizations make informed decisions about resource allocation, investment prioritization, and strategic planning for their various business or products, but are considered investments. So the dogs, the white cats, the stars, all of this, you know, help carry out or make informed decisions about how to go about investment and how to carry out this analysis. Okay. All right. Any question? Any question? So we see that the white cats, the stars, they are the high players. Okay, I think somebody from the chat. All the slides to this. Oh yeah. Okay. Thank you, Edith. Thank you. All right. So the slides will be shared to you. Thank you very much. All right. So we'll see how these are categorized. The market share, the market growth, the highs and the lows, to carry out or to do portfolio analysis by Boston. This is the Boston box, right? So yeah, it's clear enough for us. Let's move ahead. Okay, so yeah, I mentioned SWOT analysis. SWOT analysis. Who can tell me what SWOT stands for? SWOT. Who can put it up on the group chat? Let's see who knows what that word is. SWOT. Oh, let me take off the screen. Sorry. I thought I've removed it. Yeah. So somebody should just tell me quickly. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Good. 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 Thank you, everyone. Good. 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 All right. Beautiful. Beautiful. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. I appreciate that. Wow. Thank you, Justina. Thank you. Thank you. Olashade. Yeah. All right. Beautiful. So it's basically the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats. Threats. All right. Thank you. Thank you. I got that. I got that. I got that. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. So it stands for the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats. This is a widely employed framework in strategic planning. You need to put this, yeah, it's very key. I said it before. I know that the slide is there. It is very key. If you don't understand, know this thing, you don't carry out this analysis, at the end of the day, you can come up with an authentic strategic analysis for your business or for the organization, right? It serves to consolidate insights gathered from both internally and external environmental assessment. Yeah, it guides your assessment, internal assessment, external assessment. The SWOT analysis, is key. You need to know the strengths, the weaknesses, the opportunities in the market or in the business in the industry you play in or you find yourself. What are those threats that are posed? So you need to carry out all of this analysis. To have a proper strategy analysis, you need to carry out your PESTEL analysis, SWOT analysis, portfolio analysis. All of this will guide, and help you build a good strategy for your business and do a strategy analysis for your business. This helps also as all of this, still to what we are doing to the business analysis. You can't be a good business analysis without having all of this in place, or having all of this consideration in place, or doing all of this analysis. All of this will help you as a business analyst, right? Because at the end of the day, you have to work for an organization. You have to, solve one problem or the other for people as business analysts. So in driving all of this, or having to do all of this analysis, they help the organization or the business, right? Because yeah, if your strategy is clear enough, if you go into any business or any organization, or you have to open your organization, if you don't have the strategy where clearly what is the mission of the business you're to work for as a business analyst, what is the organization, concepts of the organization, you need to know them. Because yeah, you need to know what's their purpose, why are they in this business, and all of that. So you need to now look at their strategy, what are they looking to do, how would they get there, what are those factors that they have in place to get to point C or point Z, right? Yeah. So the SWOT analysis process aims to identify critical factors from within and outside the organization. So yeah, SWOT analysis has to do with internal and external factors. Factors that will significantly impact its strategic positioning. These factors are defined through early analytical methods discussed earlier, helping uncover essential aspects of the organization's business strategy. Yeah, it must be addressed. Okay, what is the difference between, okay, just as the SWOT spells itself, right? The strength, the weakness, the opportunities, and the threats, right? Whereas portfolio analysis is a tool to assess and manage the business unit or the product. So a tool, right? There are tools to drive or to understand your business unit, or what are the products that are or your services that will be rendered, so there will be a balance. Yeah, to help you achieve a balance within your business, within the organization or within the business you're playing, right? Whereas this basically helps, SWOT analysis helps you truly understand your strengths. Okay, sorry, somebody said, why do we need to apply so many models? Isn't there a universal model? Yeah, so all of this is just a knowledge for you to know how to, as a business analyst, yeah, what are the expectations from you? They are part of the universally adopted approach. So it doesn't really, let me look at the question again. You're asking why we need to apply so many more. Okay, yeah. So you do, or we all do some of these things, but for the course of this training, you need to know all of these approaches. You need to know how to carry out all of these things, or what these things are. Because as business analysts, you need to have the knowledge to carry out a proper, solution, develop a proper solution. You need to put all of these things in place. That's why we are having to go through all of this. Is that clear, sir? Okay, I want to believe that's clear. So yeah, SWOT analysis acts as a summarizing phase where key strengths, key weaknesses, key opportunities, and threats organized within a 2x2 matrix. We get to see that these matrices facilitate an overarching evaluation of the organization's strategic stance within the operating environment. Okay, I think somebody has another question of the. I've talked about the portfolio analysis, and is that what you're asking for, sir? I don't know. There's another question I've not touched. Okay, so yeah, I've been able to tell you that I'll explain that to you, right? Okay, all right. So precision in language is very paramount in SWOT analysis. Okay, not that. Necessitating brevity, specificity, and reliance on supporting evidence. Yeah, so, okay, I think there's another question. Okay, while working for a market researcher, I've written these models in the report. Do they only apply in the report? No, not basically on the report, right? In the operations of the operations you carry out, right? It also applies to the operations, not only reports, but all of it to guide, how you go about things. All of it is a guide, is a guide. It will guide your report, it will guide the operations, it will guide the positioning of the business. The idea is strategy, how you can achieve the objective of the business at the end of the day. So yeah, it applies to the operations, it applies to the report you will develop at the end of the day, right? Okay, I think there's another question. Okay, thank you, Tukwebuka, thank you. All right, so it applies across board. Yeah, all of this will help to, align, position, carry out each task even carrying out research steps too, just like you said too, right? How to go about those research. What are the things you need to look out for? What are those essential factors that are to be considered, right? So it just helps in doing a good job at the end of the day. All right. All right. So any other question? Any other question? Any other person? Okay. Okay, while the question drops, let's continue. All right, so there's a 2x2 matrix that facilitates the evaluation of organization strategic stance within the. All right. Right on, sir. Thank you, sir. Good. Okay. So as we can see, there are internal factors and also external factors. As it speaks to the SWOT analysis. So what is the strength of the organization? What's the strength of the staff? The strength of the staff in the organization, the strength of the organization financially and otherwise. These are internal factors. What are those weaknesses? What are those limitations? What are those loopholes? How do we fish out all of these things internally to solve the particular problem we are in for? So yeah, SWOT analysis is very key. The opportunities we have in the market, all this entails the external factor or external analysis. So like we talked about the external analysis and the internal analysis. So the strengths and your weaknesses is part of the internal factor that we need to look through, we need to consider, we need to check. And the external has to do with the opportunities we have. How do we reach out to a wide market or the wide audience? How do we render services to the people and get to have recommendations and get to hit the market, right? So what are those threats that we can face or that are in the course of our delivery and because of our service delivery and because of the products we sell? What are those threats? So that you see how this is now categorized, positive and negative. Yeah, so the strengths, the opportunities, they are positive factors. The weaknesses, the threats, they are negative factors, and we need to put all of this into consideration to be able to have an authentic strategy to how our business, to how the organization will flow. Is that good? Is that clear, everyone? Okay. So yeah, in carrying out strategy, after all of this analysis is being considered, then is to implement those strategies. How can we go about implementing this strategy in the organization or for our business? So implementing strategies in business analysis, has a profound impact on the organization. So once you have a clear strategy, right, definitely it will impact in the organization's productivity, in the achievement of the organization goals. The time frame that we have speculated or we have put in place, all of this, implementing this strategy will now guide or impact on the organization positively, right? It is a multifaceted process that comes with inherent risk and complexities. Primarily, due to the significant changes it introduces, effective change management is crucial to ensuring that the organization maximizes the benefit of these strategies while minimizing the potential risk and disruption. I'm just happy for the organizers of this training, because all the courses or all the training thus far from day one till today, we see how all of this, is tilting to to making all of us or putting us in a better position for tomorrow, for the future, right? How the classes are being arranged, the next class, has effect on the first class has effect on the next class, just like that. So we talked about how to identify risk, how to mitigate risk. So it has to be considered too in putting up your strategy. Implementing your strategy, you have to also consider risk. Of course, having a process in place before, or having something in place or working for an organization, and a business analyst comes, look through, and we are having a change of our strategy, how we want to go about doing businesses going forward. Yeah, a whole lot has to change. How do we now, adapt to that change? These models, are we to identify them ourselves while working, or is a particular model demanded from us by our employees? Yes. So, as a business analyst, you need to have all of this at the back of your mind. Or in the course of your work delivery, you need to have all of these models, right? So all of these are very, it's very important that we know them. It's very important that we know how to do them. So you're asking if we can, these models, are we to identify them? Of course. You need to identify them while working for your clients or working in your organization. Or is it a particular model demanded from us? Yeah, so as a business analyst, this information, or this lies, or this is where your knowledge, or how well you do your job as a business analyst, this is what things you need to know. I've just said them before. So you need to know how to, carry out a good strategy at the end of the day. You need to know how to carry out your, do a SWOT analysis and personal analysis. All these guide productivity or efficiency for a business analyst. Does that answer your question? Who was that? Let me check your notes again. Okay, Chukwebuka, yeah. Okay, what I mean is, are we told to use that model, or is it our decision to choose the strategy ourselves? So, right, as a business analyst, it's very key that you don't choose a strategy. You help the organization analyzing their strategy, right? To help them achieve their long-term goals. So you don't choose a strategy for yourself. Yeah, for your business, yeah. Just like we had a question that, I've forgotten that question, that somebody helped in answering that, okay, yeah, the CEOs are the decision makers. Of course, you need to know how to do analysis, strategy analysis, how to do SWOT analysis. All of this will help you work for any organization or work in any project or solve problems for your customer or for anybody you work for as a business analyst. So you don't just choose them for yourself. You develop strategies. You help you help the business or the organization build up their strategy to achieving their objective at the end of the day. Okay, thank you. I've seen your response. You said the question has been answered. Thank you very much. So, having to adopt or to the changes is crucial to ensuring that the organization maximizes the benefit of this strategy while minimizing the potential risk. So the conceptual framework for implementing a new strategy involves several critical dimensions. Ebuka, you can see my screen, right? The element of time is a key consideration, just like I said before. The urgency and pace at which the new strategy needs to be put into action can greatly affect its success. So yeah, when strategy is being developed or when it's being worked on or modified or expanded, yeah, a whole lot has to be changed, ranging from our processes, the way we do things. Initially, we need to, the aim or the mission or our goal is to get to point C for the year, or point D if we are in point A. Top management will have meetings and meetings to review their strategy. The business analyst will come in the course of the meeting or be a part of the meeting, So we all sit down, we all talk about these things, approaches to how we do these things, do our internal analysis, carry out proper SWOT analysis. All of this would lead to a change of processes. There will be change of how we do things. So how we now, key into the new developed strategy is also key. So yeah, it's time bound. You have to consider key time. Time is the key consideration. So how we get to that point B for the year or point E, has to do with the new strategy that have been put into place or put into action, so we can achieve our goal at the end of the day, right? So the scope of change plays a vital role. Yeah, everybody has to change to adopt the new way of doing things, right? So organizations must assess whether the strategy represents a transformative shift or incremental adjustment to existing practices. Like I said before, it will affect our processes, it will affect our procedures, because yeah, we are looking to not doing the formal things we are doing before, or carrying out processes, or how we deliver our services, or how we position our products. Yeah, we need to change all of that. We need to, have a change to achieve that result, to achieve the goal. Because first is to have a goal statement, a mission statement. What is the business for? Why is this business in this industry? How can this business, produce results or, be more competitive with existing customers, existing business, existing products in the marketplace, right? So yeah, the scope of change, plays a vital role, because yeah, we must change the formal approach to achieving a greater result. That's part of why we are having a good strategy in place. So we need to check if truly it is tilting to that positive change, or increasing stress and making us, not achieving the expected results, or if there are lags to achieving a result and all that. So yeah, it needs to affect our existing practices, our existing procedures, our existing processes, and all that. So yeah, there should be evaluation. There should be check. We need to carry out check of the organization's capability to handle the change. It's very essential. We all know how to, manage change. Change management, yes, is key. It's key, everyone, right? To carrying out or implementing the strategy, we need to, put that in check. Have everybody to adopt the recent or new way of driving business or driving our business, right? So good. So yeah, this implementing strategy also involves examining past experiences, similar changes, understanding whether these experiences are positive or negative, and assessing the competencies of individuals responsible for overseeing the change process. Yeah, of course, after I laid down strategy, so many processes will be changed, right? So yeah, implementing the new strategy, you also need to know what was the experiences of the people working in the different departments and units, right? You understand if the previous strategy was, being adding up, right? So yeah, you need to examine the past experiences with similar changes, and how well people were able to, change to the new approach, to adopt the new approach, to have a new process change and all that. So yeah, it's very key also to assess the competencies of the drivers of all of this to achieving our goal, right? You need to know the competence of all the staff that are responsible, right, to carrying out this implementation of the new strategy. So there should be readiness is also a factor to consider. Are they ready to drive this change, right? It involves determining whether the entire organization or specific segments within it are adequately prepared for the impending changes. The strategies that is developed have a whole lot of new approach to things, new processes to things. So when a company or when an organization or a business is not ready for that change, trust me, we'll still remain at the level or at the stage that we were before, right? So yeah, strategic leadership, which may originate from top management or other levels within the organization, play a pivotal role. Effective strategic leadership entails challenging the existing norms, articulating a clear and compelling vision for the future, setting specific objectives and strategies for achieving them, defining the tactics needed to execute those strategies, and establishing the values that underpin the new ways of doing business. So yeah, there should be our leaders or the key leaders or the head of department. They are very, very essential to carrying out this or implementing or driving the new strategy in place. Right? Yeah. So previous way of doing things has to change. It has to be challenged enough, right? So we're now changing from A to B, C, D, as the case may be. So yeah, the former way of doing things has changed. We need to set clearly our objectives and how we can achieve them. So top management are also key players. So there's this 7S model, McKinsey 7S model. We can see that all of this tilts to value. The structure of the organization, the systems in place, what styles do we use to carry out our processes and procedures, who are the staff, how skillful are the staff, all of this builds our strategy. And at the end of the day, having a strategy in place or carrying out the strategy analysis is to deliver value for the organization, is to be able to meet up with the laid down goals, mission for the organization or for the business, right? So 3 are often described as hard components. The strategy in place for the organization, the structure of the organization, the systems, they are hard components. They are very, very key, right? While the other 4 are called soft components: the shared value, the style, the staff, and the skills. But primarily, the hard components, the top shot, you see how they are up here, right? From strategy to structure to systems, and all of this drives down to the style of or approach to how we do things, who are the staff, the skills, and all of it leads to delivering value. So these are the 7 levers that can be used in the implementation of strategic change. We put all of this, they will help us to implementing that thing. All the seven need attention if the implementation is to be successful. We need to consider these things as it is in front of us to be able to drive and implement the strategy, right? Right, okay. So changing the strategy means that all the other components must change as well. I've said this before. The structure of the organization will be changed. The organogram will be changed, right? Which is the basis or for the building, which is the basis for building the organization, yeah. So there will be change that will reflect to how we do things, results, there will be results. These are the processes for business analysis. Yes, sir. So yeah, we are not doing any other thing in this conversation. We are all talking about business analysis, right? So you need to know how to drive or do your analysis, strategic analysis, pestle analysis, portfolio analysis, SWOT analysis. All these are expectations of or functions of a BA, a professional BA. That's the essence we are here. That's why we are having this conversation, right? We are not derailing from what it is, it's business analysis. So all these are expected of the business analyst. So formal and informal system that supported the old system must change. The style or culture of the organization will be affected also by the new strategy that we are implementing. Values, beliefs, and norms that developed over time may be swept away. Yeah, of course, we are moving from one point to the other. So definitely a clear or a good strategy or a restructured strategy after putting all of this analysis in place, we will take the organization at the end of the day from point A to point B. So I also want to remind us that we are business analysts, we are problem solvers. Primarily, that is what we are. So in any organization we find ourselves, in any project we find ourselves, it's expected that we act professionally as business analysts, right? Everyone. So yeah, the way in which staff are recruited, developed, and rewarded may change. So everything about the structure, the organogram, the processes we were doing before, we had before in place, all of it has to change. When a new strategy comes in or when a strategy is revised, yeah, because yeah, we can't just remain at point A or point B or point C or D. Yeah, we need to review our strategy. We need to move forward. We need to get to point B in 5 years. Top line in the industry. So that's why we should define a clear strategy, right? So yeah, balance scorecard. I think I'm still going to do this. Oh yeah, that's fine. All right. So okay. Good. So yeah, the balance scorecard, I believe so many of us there must have heard about it. So we see how the vision and the strategy, has to speak to the finances, the internal business processes, learning and growth. At the end of the day, to deliver value to our customers. So the balance scorecard serves as the straight balance sheet for an organization, encompassing both financial and non-financial aspects of the strategy. It provides insight into how the implementation process is functioning and the efficacy of change initiatives. The balance scorecard also extends beyond financial metrics by incorporating 3 additional perspectives on organizational performance, customers, learning growth, and internal business processes. Right? So why the balance scorecard aims to measure all dimensions of performance, there's often heightened attention on non-financial measures, and as these were traditionally less emphasized, both equally critical. So the customer perspective, for instance, delves into crucial success factors that center around customer satisfaction and service quality. So yeah, all of this approach is to deliver good services to our customer. So it's customer-centered. Customer satisfaction is key at the end of the day. We can't run a business without putting our customers in place, or making them happy so they can buy more and also recommend us to other people. Yeah, so the perspective may reveal that achieving progress requires acquiring new skills. I've said this, so there will be new skills and all that, right? There should be training around for the staff and all that, right? So each perspective raises pivotal questions related to the organization strategy, finances, customer learning and growth, yeah, internal business processes. All of these are key while having a proper strategy in place. in place. Sorry. So while having a strategy is essential, the challenging task lies in its implementation. After developing a proper strategy, how to implement it is another thing to be considered, right? Any question, everyone, before we are almost at 1:30, is it? So let me take some questions before we call it a day. All right, so I believe we'll have the link for the assessment have been put up for us. So we'll go over to it. So Edith, yeah. Thank you, everyone. I don't know if there's questions, so I just get to respond before I leave. We'll be learning how to apply these modules practically. Okay, you're asking if you will be learning how to apply them. Yeah, at the end of the day, we'll look at how to, have all of this. I believe the organizers of this program, there are a whole lot for us to know what to do in business analysis. So yeah, definitely we'll see how to carry everybody along in the project, right? So any other questions? Okay, you're welcome. You're welcome. With this many properties, how long does the typical business analysis engagement take? So yeah, it's depending on what the scope of what you're to do. Yeah, if you're to be engaged in a project, depends on the scope of the project. So all of this you're to learn in the course of this training, will tell how long or how it will be. I read that technical writing is important in business analysis. How true is that? Of course. Does the word technical look strange? So yeah, we'll learn in the course of this training, I believe we'll learn how to use tools. Yeah, you need to be able to develop good reports. You need to be able to, do your work excellently and not working unprofessionally. So there are tools, there are, techniques that you need to utilize as or know as business analysts, right? So definitely, yeah. Don't get it twisted or don't get confused about it. Yeah, you need to technical writing, yeah, it's key. So how do you capture in a meeting, in an engagement with stakeholders, how do you get to go home or develop proper reports at the end of the day? So yeah, technical writing is very important for business analysis. All right, any other questions? Edith, are you here?
Yes, I am here. Okay, you've already taken all the questions because as you were taking your class, you were also answering questions. So I think all questions has been asked and answered as well.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so very much, Kingsley. It's really an info-packed and knowledge-packed session, and thank you so much for taking us on this class. You've really given us the foundational knowledge on how important it is to have a proper strategy as a business analyst and the tools and models required, and many more that you have really tutored us on. And I believe everyone on the call can attest to that. So can we please give a round of applause as an appreciation to Kingsley for that very knowledge-packed session.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, so right away we would introduce the next speaker to continue from where we have stopped, and she will be taking us on business analysis process model. And we're talking about Christiana Adeoye, a professional business analyst. Okay, so thank you very much, Mr. Kingsley, and welcome to our next trainer, Christiana Adeoye. You can take it up from here. Welcome. Let's welcome next trainer, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much, Edith. Thank you so much, Kingsley, for the last session. Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible enough?
Yes, you are audible enough. I think, Kingsley, you can sharing your screen so she can share her screen.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. So, good afternoon, everyone, once again. Um, I hope we've been having, I know already that we've been having a very great experience so far. Uh, it's a lot of information, very important information, but believe you me, all this would build you as a thoroughly furnished business analyst. And I'm sure after this session, you would go out there and you're able to confidently speak in industry terms. You are confidently able to, talk professionally as a business analyst. All right. So, very quickly, I'm going to share my screen so that we can pick it up from where Kingsley stopped. Okay. Yeah. All right. Let me know when you can see my screen. Edith, you can help me with that.
Okay, your screen is up now. We can see it.
All right. Yeah. Thank you very much. So we're speaking about our topic is the business analysis process model. Um, can I have your thoughts? What do you think this when we talk about the process, what do you think this means? How does that translate to you? What idea do you have when they say, okay, it's a process? I want to see your comments. I want to see your thoughts around when they say, okay, this is a process. What do you think it means in simple terms? Uh, let's make it quick. Quick. Yeah, step. I see step by step. All right. I see stages. Okay, steps in business analysis. All right. Yes, yes. These are all very correct responses. These are correct responses. All right. So uh would realize that in our day-to-day activities, we see that many activities we carry out are repeatable. I mean, there are some things we do at random. Okay, you wake up, you say your prayers, you must observe personal hygiene, you must brush your teeth, you must have your bath, and then probably step out. There are repeatable processes, repeatable routines in our work days. So this is also replicated in our work experience as a business analyst. The same way there are things, okay, when implementing this type of project, there are things that you have to do. There are routines that you must complete before you can effectively have completed that assignment. Okay, you must start with this the same way you have to brush your teeth, you have to have your bath before you put on your clothes, before you say you want to step out. So yes, in your workplace too, there are things that you are meant to do, and this is what we refer to as our process. This is what we refer to as our process. All right. Let me continue from there. Okay, so the same way, our process model serves as a structured framework that offers the systematic approach that guides business analysts through the intricacies of evaluating and enhancing business processes and systems. So the process model is a structured framework, is an outlined list of activities that guides the day-to-day activities. It guides a BA through all the expected assignments of evaluating and enhancing business processes and systems. So it's just like a guide. It's already fixed, and so you will just apply these terms. You apply these terms for you to get this result. So they guide a BA in performing their duties effectively and efficiently. So it provides a comprehensive roadmap enabling BAs to proficiently navigate the stages of analysis and improvement. So it serves as a roadmap that helps business analysts to navigate these stages. It's easy to just uh, omit a step, and by the time you omit one step here, omit one step there, you will realize that your result is already affected. You won't get the results if you just have it in your head and it's not well mapped out, it's not well outlined. You know, after one there must be two, after two there must be three. If you don't follow that systematic approach, I tell you that you can easily muddle things up, you can easily get it wrong in the way, and it will affect your end result. And we know as business analysts, we can't afford to be careless. If you are careless, it will come with consequences to the organization. There will be consequences. So this model is a guide, a comprehensive guide that helps a BA to proficiently navigate the stages of analysis and improvement. We know that as business analysts, we are change enablers. We are the link between the IT and the business. You understand the business aspect of the business, you understand the technological part of the business, you are trying to align them, you are the link between them, you are the middleman. So you want to enable change, you want to deliver value. So your own process, your own methodologies cannot afford, you cannot afford to be careless with it, because it's going to cause a break, and the overall result would be bad. It will be bad. So this model encompasses several pivotal phases, including the identification of problems, stakeholder analysis, gathering of requirements, process modeling, and the implementation of solutions. The implementation of solutions. So it consists of all the different phases, and it starts with identifying the problems. Before you can deliver change, before you can deliver value, you have to have understood the business needs. You have to understand their pain points. You know what areas need to be improved. You need to know what is being done at the moment. You need to understand their current state, and then you are proficient and efficient enough to know where they ought to be, which is their future state. And with your knowledge, you're able to use their current state and their future state to determine the gaps, and your purpose or your aim is to bridge these gaps and deliver value to them, right? So that's what the business analysis process model is all about. Is my screen moving? Can you view the movement on my screen?
Yes, it is moving.
It is, can you confirm that? Oh, right, okay. All right, so still introducing what business analysis process model is. We notice that these phases, each of them, they have their crucial role. Each of them has a crucial role in the overall business process. And each of them ensures that issues are identified and addressed, stakeholders' needs are comprehensively met, and efficient solutions are meticulously crafted and executed. So, like I said, our aim is to find their needs, their pain points, and deliver their value, the value that they need. So you are enabling change that is turning their needs into solutions, into properly executed solutions. Okay, so and if at the end of an assignment, at the end of an intervention, at the end of a project, you've not met the stakeholders' needs, I don't think you've done your job properly. As a PA, you've not done your job. If the stakeholders' needs are not met, or if the solutions are not properly executed, you've not done your job. So the business analysis process model is an indispensable instrument for organizations, and is dedicated to elevating the operational efficiency. So it is an instrument that helps to increase the operational efficiency, and to also optimize resource allocation. As a business analyst, you are you are a business consultant. You are They look to you for advice. You are there to offer guidance to them. They might know of solutions out there, but do they know the business owners might know that, oh, okay, there are existing solutions out there. Do they know the most effective for them? Do they know the best to suit their needs at the time? They might not know, but a business analysis process model guides you on that. So it is dedicated to elevating the operational efficiency, optimizing resource allocation. So they don't just waste their funds. If all of this is not well thought out, well planned out, and probably bringing a business analyst to handle all of this, you see that an organization might just be wasting a lot of funds. Oh, they heard that this particular solution is good. They don't know if it's well adapted to their own environment, to their own technical environment. They just go for it because they don't have an advisor. And that's where you come in as a business analyst, a seasoned business analyst. You know that yes, there are existing solutions out there, but is this the best for them? Is this what they need as of now? Will this deliver will this deliver the value they need? Yes, it might be good, but it might not be what they need. It might just be um just you might just need to advise them about adopting the current solutions that they have. It could just be trainings that they need to further improve their existing solutions, to improve on their existing solutions, or just to transform, to work on their process, to review their processes internally. So, this process model is an instrument that helps to elevate the operational efficiency, optimize resource allocation, and strategically advancing the goals. So, it is a cornerstone within the contemporary business analysis methodologies. Okay, all right. So, an approach to problem solving. An approach to problem solving. Uh, so, a fundamental requirement for business managers is to have BAs that will thoroughly assess the entire business domain and approach the development of solutions with thoughtfulness and creativity. Yes. So it's not enough to just have your developers, you have your testers, you have the accountants, and you have the money. It's important that you bring in a PA for them to thoroughly assess the entire business domain. So you might just feel, oh, this is the problem we are having, but you've not done a thorough analysis of what goes on end to end, maybe from let's say a particular solution from the back end to the front end to the user experience. You would definitely need a business analyst to come and understand the whole domain, the entire business domain, and also effectively um, um, advise on the best approach in developing the solutions. So a business analyst must be very thoughtful and creative. You must be very thoughtful and creative. You must have the problem solving skills because you're problem solvers. The businesses have problems, and that's what you're trying to solve. You're trying to bring value, you're delivering value that will bring a change to their business. And they can't bring you on board and they are still facing the same problems. So you should definitely uh, be an expert at problem solving. So creative problem solving is increasingly essential in today's business landscape, where organizations must innovate to adapt to changes in the business environment, including competitive actions. Yes. So in problem solving, in problem solving, of which a business analyst must be very effective at this, you are helping the organization adapt as things to the business environment. The business environment is changing every day. Things are not the same way, they are not being done the same way it was a few years ago. I mean, a number of years ago, who would have thought there'd be something like Chat GPT? Who would have thought that something like that will come on? So you need to help an organization adapt. You need to be very innovative to be able to adapt to changes in the business environment, including competitive actions. And Otherwise, the business will just remain stagnant, and before you know it, the business is relegated. The business is just left behind. So, um, nevertheless, many individuals find creative problem solving challenging because it comes with a lot of pressure. Many times, there's a lot of pressure for rapid ideas. Oh, this is the problem we are facing. Give us the quick solution. It doesn't work that way. If it is not properly analyzed and a process model followed, you realize that they can jump into quick conclusions, which might have very negative consequences eventually. So you have to take your time. You have to be creative. You have to be very creative, and it is not a rush. You must follow due diligence. Due diligence must be followed to generate ideas. That's why a lot of brainstorming comes in, a lot of research comes in, a lot of things come in before you can recommend a solution and be and you are doing it efficiently and effectively. All right. So in this context, Isaacson and Trevinsga 1995's model for creative problems, it offers a valuable framework for comprehending problems and cultivating solutions. So it's not just enough to understand the problem. And if you don't even understand the problem, you cannot even offer or prefer a solution. If you don't understand their problem, you need to understand. That's why you need to understand their processes. Okay, in this department, customer service department, what are your processes? What did you do on a day to day? In the morning, oh, this person logs in. After logging in, you handle this. You have to understand it to be able to really understand their problems. That's a guide. That's when you are already on track to delivering the right solution. So this Isaacson and Trevinga's model, it places a strong emphasis on investigation and analysis rather than hastily arriving at possibly premature solutions. Like I said, hasty conclusions can be consequential, very consequential in terms of lost wastage in human efforts, wastage of time, of resources, financial resources. You've invested a lot. Many of these solutions don't come cheap. They're not cheap. So you've already wasted time and maybe in delivering a wrong solution. So it's very important, and that's why this model places a very strong emphasis on investigation and analysis rather than just arriving at possibly premature solutions. All right, so this is what Isaacson and Trevingas model looks like. This is what it looks like. So this is the model. The model starts with the mess finding, spirals down to data finding, spirals down to problem finding, then to idea finding, solution finding, acceptance finding. So you found the mess, then the data, the problem finding, idea finding, solution, and acceptance finding. So we will go into each of them now. We'll go into each of them. So what does it mean? What does the mess finding mean? So for BAs, this model holds a lot of relevance and implications. That's a lot of relevance and implications. So this initial stage, this is the first stage, the initial stage. It serves as the starting point in problem investigations. So someone says the solution is bad. What do you mean that the solution is bad? How do you know it's bad? What have you experienced? The solution might not be the problem. The user might be the problem. Or okay, say for instance, you have um wireless maybe a router that is dependent on electricity, and you're complaining to uh, maybe your what's it called, your vendor, that no, the Wi-Fi is not working. Why is it not working? Maybe you're out of electricity. Meanwhile, it's dependent on electricity for it to function properly. but you're just complaining, oh no, this router is very bad, oh it's terrible, this and that. But you have not you have not effectively found the source of the problem. So it might not be the solution that is the problem, it might be the user, or it might be dependent on something else. There might be internal factors affecting it, and there could be external factors that are preventing it from um, providing the optimal value that it should provide. So in mess finding, you the starting point is, it starts from problem investigations. You have to understand what is the source of this problem. Otherwise, you could be trying to fix it, but if you've not gotten to the root cause, I don't know if we've spoken about root cause analysis, or maybe during the course of the training we might touch on that. You've not found the initial problem, but then you are trying to find ways to fix it. If you've not gotten to the root, you're not you're not doing anything. So in the realm of business analysis, this phase entails delving into the intricacies of the problem situation. So the problem is, or the challenge is that many problems are ill defined. They're not well defined. You don't even know what the exact problem is. What you think is your problem is not the problem. And each situation tends to be multifaceted, containing various issues and concerns, which is a proverbial mess. So, understanding this as the initial step, it underscores the importance of gaining a comprehensive understanding of the entire situation before delving into potential options and solutions. Like I said, if you do not get to the root cause to understand the problem, you would be delivering a poor solution. You won't do, you won't be able to get the right or the expected result. You won't get the expected results. So the rich picture approach and mind maps serve as a, so there is an approach called the rich picture, and the mind maps, they serve as valuable tools to document and analyze the complexity of problematic business scenarios. So in your approach into problem solving, you know that the first thing to do, according to Isaacson, is mess finding. Mess finding is the initial stage. So you are trying to define the problem properly. You are investigating on what the exact problem is. All right. So after mess finding, what do you do? Data finding. Data finding. The second stage of the model is concerned with analyzing the opinions, concerns, knowledge, and ideas uncovered in the previous stage. So, okay, you already have opinions. Remember that there are still speculations. You're still investigating the problem. It's not, the fact that you've done immense finding does not mean that, oh, the job has been done. No, you're still investigating. You're still investigating. So you analyze the concerns or the issues or the ideas that came to mind in the course of mess finding. So you analyze the opinions, your concerns, the knowledge and ideas uncovered in the previous stage. So you now try to identify where this information can be quantified and the supporting data obtained. So after investigating, you're trying to confirm the results. So it is useful to examine the rich picture or mind map to clarify your thinking about the situation. It is particularly important to consider which information is factual and which is based on opinion. Sometimes it might just be opinion, it might not exactly be uh, the real issue. It might not, it might just be a bias you have in your mind. Maybe oh, you don't like this. Maybe, okay, let me speak of this. Let me speak of maybe Microsoft and Google. Maybe you just have a bias to Microsoft, and then you're just, oh, and because someone said, or okay, say you're biased to Google, and then you say no, Microsoft is not good. Why are you saying that? Maybe someone complained about their Microsoft, one of their applications not serving you properly, but because you already have a bias in your mind, you're already tilted towards this. No, you have to back up whatever claims you have with evidences. So it's not about your opinion this time around. You have to examine properly. You have to investigate properly, which is factual or which is just an opinion, of which everybody can have their own opinion. Everybody can have their own opinion. Does not mean everybody's right. Okay? So it can lead us to the aspects that we can and should verify. We should verify. We don't jump into conclusions as business analysts. It would be very wrong and unprofessional of you to just jump into a conclusion. Oh, because this person has said this is what he experienced. So you've totally written off that. No, you have to investigate and verify whatever opinions arise. So it also emphasizes the need to divorce opinion from fact. Yes. So um, as BAs, you have to be very objective. You have to be very objective. Your mind should be open. Your mind should be open. Okay. So that's data finding. So the next stage is problem finding. Problem finding. We now know that the complexity of this, we already know the complexity of the situation facing us and have been able to quantify some elements. While appreciating that other elements are personal views or opinions, we may have been presented with a statement of the problem at the outset, but at this point, having carried out the two stages, the previous stages, finding the right, it is important to revisit this to really understand where the problems lie. So, more clarity is being achieved as you go down uh, this model. There is more clarity to it. You are gaining more facts. You are gaining more insight into the root cause of this whole problem. So um, of course, most times before a project is even being embarked on, there's a problem statement that might have been presented. But at this point, you've carried out two stages. You've already verified, you've already sifted the information. You've been able to sift out what could be right, what could be wrong. So you are gaining more insight into it. So it's important to revisit this to really understand where the problems lie. Finding the right problem to solve is often a necessary part of business analysis, as analysts are often pointed at symptoms and they must dig deeper to find out where the real problems lie. We know that even medical doctors, imagine that just based on one symptom or two symptoms that you just present to them, they just diagnose you with something else and they're treating you. You know how many lives can be lost. You know how dangerous this kind of thing is. So the same way it is when you just jump into um unverified conclusions like that. So you need to take your time to dig deep to find where the real problems lie. Um is everyone still there? Am I going too fast? Am I going too fast? Let me see. Just drop something in the chat so that I know that you're with me. Hello? Anybody there? All right. Okay. Thank you. I see your responses. Okay. Let me continue. Okay. All right. So, after finding the problem now, idea finding is the next stage. Is idea finding is the next stage. Business analysts try to generate a wide range of ideas. Analysts often use brainstorming approaches to uncover ideas, but this can be difficult since it requires a group to generate ideas cold. Sometimes this works, but oftentimes different approaches need to be used along with brainstorming to stimulate ideas. So during this stage, it may be useful to employ some creative thinking techniques. And two examples of techniques that can provide stimuli for creative ideas are assumption reversal, where assumptions about a situation are listed and reversed, and random words or pictures, where unrelated words or pictures are used to generate different ideas about a situation. Okay, so as business analysts, we do a lot of brainstorming, we do a lot of collaboration with other team members. That's why a business analyst is actively involved with the stakeholders. Who are the stakeholders? We have the subject matter experts, um, and these subject matter experts could be developers, it could be front end guys, back end guys, UI UX guys, um, the testers, and the designers, the users. Do you understand? So there's a lot of brainstorming done. There's a lot of consulting, a lot of research work, and all of this will stimulate creative thinking techniques. So so we said two examples of techniques that can provide stimuli for creative ideas are assumption reversal, and this is where assumptions about the situation are listed and reversed. Okay, we're assuming that this is the reason why this is happening. We're assuming that this is causing this. We're assuming that this is leading to this and all of that. But as you've gone through the first three stages, you're already finding the idea, you're already canceling out one or two things. You're reversing whatever opinion you had that has been verified after verification. So there's assumption reversal. So, random words or pictures, where unrelated words or pictures are used to generate different ideas about a situation. So, the next stage is finding. Solution finding. So, BAs are often expected to deliver solutions quickly. Now, it is up for us to know that it's not you don't rush into things that way. There will be a lot of pressure. Oh, they've told you the problem. Um, we expect you're not a magician. You're not a magician because when they pressure you to deliver a solution quickly and it turns out bad, it backfires. It backfires. You're the business advisor. You're the consultant. It will fall back on your head when the thing does not work well. They won't remember that no, they gave you unrealistic time frame to complete or to do your proper findings. So it's going to backfire. But we understand that timeliness too is very important. But at the same time, resist the pressure to do so at too early a stage. So there are other aspects that need to be considered. Um, Isaacson and Trevinger stress the importance of identifying criteria to help evaluate solutions. Stress the importance of identifying the criteria to help evaluate solutions. And this will not be possible without the earlier work. So it is important to work through the earlier stages since they will help you develop more appropriate solutions that will be more beneficial to the business situation. I mean, better late than never, as long as you are delivering a very efficient and effective solution that would prefer the optimal value that will address their business needs or their business problems. So this going through each of these stages, like we said, will help you develop better and more consistent, more appropriate, uh, more efficient solutions that will be beneficial to the business situation. Okay, now we have acceptance finding. Acceptance finding. So this is the final stage in the model, which is concerned with managing the implementation of the solution. Okay, you've understood the mess, you've done your data finding, problem finding, idea finding, and then you found the solution already. Now the acceptance finding. So this is it is concerned with the managing of the implementation of the solution. Okay, we've realized that this solution B is what would meet all of these challenges that the business is facing at the moment or at the time. So solution B has been vetted to be the best to suit their needs at that moment. Okay, so acceptance finding is concerned with managing of the implementation of that solution B now. So an aspect that is very crucial to the success of any change project, but often fraught with difficulty. Now, it's not enough that you've gone through all of these problem solving stages correctly and then you now mess it up with the implementation phase. It's a lot of wasted efforts. You've done the right thing so far, but if this stage is messed up, if this stage is mishandled, then it's going to it's going to be very disastrous because they've paid for the solution. But then if the implementation too is not properly done, it is a very critical case. But most times uh, people miss it out in this stage. So acceptance finding recognizes that even the most ingenious ideas can falter if they are met with resistance or skepticism, underscoring the importance of aligning creative problem solving with the practical realities of implementation and acceptance. So even if you have the best of ideas, you have the best of solutions, you have a very brilliant idea in your mind, but then converting it now into a solution or into the proper implementation of the solution to serve that need, it can it can have very disastrous consequences. So this phase encourages a holistic approach, combining innovation with change management strategies to drive successful and sustainable solutions. So it's a very delicate process, very delicate, which should be carried out with the highest of idea and implementation. The implementation should be well planned out, well thought the letter. Okay, so it encourages a holistic approach and so um have, for you to have a successful and sustainable solution. Okay, so the business analysts often find themselves dealing with a wide range of business systems and projects, and each of these would require a unique set of techniques and perspectives. So
Hello, Christy, we can't hear you. Are you still there? Hello? Hello, Christy, are you still there? Okay, I think Christy is having technical issues. Let's try to get across to her.
hello, can anyone hear me?
Okay, we can hear you now.
Oh, I didn't realize that I was even off.
Okay,
So
all
how
right.
long ago was that?
Just a few seconds, not up to a minute.
Okay. So let me just take it back a bit. So I was saying that different organizations have their own peculiarities, and they should be treated um as as a singular entity. So you might be implementing the same kind of project for these two organizations, but the techniques you are using, there will certainly be modifications. You might not necessarily use the exact same steps, but yes, you are still following the same methodology, but then there will be modifications to suit their own business environment, because different organizations have different probably different governance. They have different maybe different uh, processes. They have a different structure, so you won't be replicating the exact thing. So as a BA, you're working with different organizations, different sectors sometimes. But I'm even saying that even organizations in the same sector, you are not replicating 100% the same way you handled organization A. You're not replicating it 100% in this. How much more when you're um, implementing for different sectors entirely? So each requires a unique set of techniques and perspectives. So, depending on the nature of the project, BAs might be tasked with investigating and providing recommendations for problematic aspects of the organization. So, their roles may revolve around analyzing and documenting specific system requirements. That's why requirements gathering is very important. It's a very important aspect of business analysis. Um, are you still there? Am I audible? Hope there are no fluctuations.
Yes, you're audible enough.
All right. So it is, you can just message me because I won't know if I'm having a network buffer. I won't know. So just you can just drop a message for me or something.
All
Okay.
right.
All right. Thank you. So let's proceed. So, depending on the nature of the project, BAs might be tasked with investigating and providing recommendations. So, I mean, that's your work. You are recommending solutions. You are constantly finding problems, recommending solutions, providing value. That is your work. And you are the link between the business and the technical side of the organization. So, you must be able to understand the requirements, the solution requirements, and also the stakeholder requirements. I mean, you have to be very good at analyzing and documenting requirements. In the last session, I think someone asked about technical writing. I mean, writing of reports, writing of documentations, writing. It is part of your core duties. Otherwise, there will be a mix up if it is not clearly documented, clearly, because at the end of the day, if these requirements were not properly gathered, you would see that by the time you present your solution to them, they will tell you, no, they want you to do this, they want you to, this was not what you requested for. That's why it is very important for you to document things and be effective as a technical writer too, for you to perform your work properly as a BA. So, given this variability, developing a process model strikes a balance between flexibility and providing a structured framework to guide professionals in their work is very paramount. So, it is essential that you develop a process model that will balance between the flexibility and providing the structured framework for you to deliver your job. All right. So the provided process model serves as a valuable tool. It serves as a valuable tool in this regard. So it outlines the essential stages for conducting a business analysis project. So when I was asking earlier, what do you understand by a process? I mean, it's as easy as just as simple. I see some people mention stages, maybe mentioned phases. Yeah, which was correct. Step by step, repeatable activities. So it outlines the essential stages for conducting business analysis project. So with each stage encompassing key areas that require consideration. So it is important to note that not all projects necessitate an in-depth exploration of every stage. Some projects might zero in on a subset of the model, and in certain cases, only a single stage may be the primary focus. So essentially, this means that you have your process model that has been developed. You have your process model that has been developed. You see it as your tool before you go in pursuit of implementation of any um, assignment. Before you say you already have your guide. Mark. So, but at the same time, as much as you have the application of that model might vary. So, for each stage, the each of them would require consideration, and so you should know that for each project, you might some might not necessitate in-depth exploration as at each stage as the others. Okay, the process model. When we talk about the process model, we're also looking at the business strategy and the objectives. The business strategy and the objectives. So, what do we mean by this? You want to investigate the situation. After investigating the situation, you consider the perspectives, you analyze the needs, evaluate the options, and you define your requirements. But sponsors, before you can define your requirements and agree solution will be capable of doing, consider the perspectives around it, analyze the options. Sometimes you realize that what many businesses, or should I say, what many stakeholders might see as their own as the challenge is not really the challenge. I think I mentioned this before. It might also be their own personal opinion. It might be their own personal opinion. So, for instance, I mean, okay. So, in my experience, there was a particular person that reached out from a bank and requested that for responses on the I think you for their customer request. He wanted it to be on. I think he wanted them to. I think he wanted a question. He wanted us to create, what's it called? He wanted us to create a kind of questionnaire or a form, a link that they would fill, the customers would fill, and they will be able to receive. They will receive. So he wanted us to build that where they would log in their complaints, and then back end they will receive the complaints before they now provide a solution. That was his own need. Now, as a business analyst, you have to investigate. Is that what they really need? Your end goal is for the customers to be able to log in their complaints and receive answers or responses as fast as possible. Is that what you needed? So sometimes they might want to, and it was a very, a very influential person. As much as you respect your customers' opinions, yes, and you don't try to make them feel like, oh, they don't know what they're saying. No, but yes, you understand their what they say they seem to need not be the most effective. So there were different options, and a good way to know if that would be the most effective is you do your qualitative and your quantitative analysis of it. You do the quantitative and quantitative analysis of it. And part of what we did was to send out surveys. If you had a pressing need, a very pressing need, um, and you want to make your complaint, which measure would you rather explore? To walk into the bank, or to call customer care directly, or to go and fill a form? And from the responses, you sometimes it's part of your techniques. I mean, surveys, questionnaires are part of the what's it called, the 50 techniques of Babok. Yeah. So sometimes with these responses you can understand that, oh, this is what, now you as the business owner, this is what you think you need, but from the users it might not be what they want. Sometimes they would rather call, by the time they fill the form, many people said they would rather call their customer care representative directly, because we know that sometimes you fill this form before anybody even gets to look at it. It might take like 2 business working days, or 2 business days, something. So as a business analyst, you should be able to investigate the situation thoroughly. And as much as you respect their opinions on what they think they need, that might not be the right thing. That might not be um it might not be what they need at that time. So you consider your perspectives, you analyze the needs, you analyze it, and you evaluate options. So obviously it was just that man's opinion. That was just his own personal opinion. It was not what many of the clients even wanted, like the users. Just very, in fact, nobody filled or accepted that they were going to fill any form. At that moment, what you just want to do is call someone directly. So many of them said, okay, that's not what they want. So evaluate the options, and then you define the requirement. Okay, so critical aspect of any business analysis, the project scope and the specific areas that require investigation. A very critical aspect of business analysis projects lies in defining the project scope and the specific areas that require investigation. So yes, different projects have different scopes. So the scope is like the how wide, how much of the how wide the project is going to be, how in depth is going to be. So it is very critical in a business analysis project. So you need to understand the project scope, define the scope. Is this for just 2 departments, or is it um, organization wide, or is it peculiar to just the um, to just a particular department? So you need to understand and define the scope and the specific areas that require the investigation. Are we speaking to the process owners? Are we speaking to the process owners? Are we speaking to just the heads of department? Are we speaking to process owner? or is it just the top management that were speaking to? So you
Uh,
need to
yeah,
understand
your
all of
network is,
this in
sorry,
um,
Christy,
in
sorry.
defining carry out your investigation properly. Hello,
Yeah, sorry
can
to,
anyone
sorry,
hear me now?
we can hear you, but sometimes it skips. So I guess your connection,
Okay,
yes. But we can hear you now.
is okay, okay. All right, so let me just continue.
Yes, please go
So a
ahead.
critical aspect. Okay, thank you. So like I was saying, that defining the project scope and the specific areas that requires investigation is very important. Are we speaking to the top management of the organization? Are we relating directly with them? Or are we relating to each unit, to the process owners or the users? So defining the scope of each um, of each project is very
Your line is breaking. We can't hear you now. Hello, Christy, can you
a
hear me?
comprehensive hello.
Yes, your line is breaking, right?
Okay, it's buffering, right?
Yes, it's buffering, but it's back now.
Okay, for each timeout is just few seconds, right?
Yes.
Okay, I don't know why that is happening.
Would
Just
you
bear
would you
with me,
rather,
but I'll just keep trying to take it back.
yeah, would you
Hello?
rather to reconnect again? Probably less in the next 1 minute. Maybe you'd have to reconnect to a clearer.
Okay, yeah, I could leave and then rejoin. I'll try that.
Okay.
Hello, did you hear that?
All right, that's fine. That's fine.
Yes, I'll do that.
Okay, please kindly give her 1 minute to rejoin so we can have a clear connection and we can hear her clearly. All right, Mercy, you can, while we wait for her to rejoin, you can share the attendance form link so that those who have not filled up the attendance form can do that.
All right, okay. So sorry for that timeout, but I can assure you that we are almost through. We are almost done with this because our Nigerian network is sometimes beyond us. But I've tried to switch networks, but let's see how that goes. All right, so I'm just going to share my screen. Am I audible enough now? Can everyone hear me?
Yes, very audible.
Okay, so I'll share my screen now. Let me know when you can see my screen.
We can see it now.
All right, okay. So yeah, so I was discussing on uh, where did I stop? All right, we're still talking about understanding or defining the project's scope. Like for instance, a project might aim to enhance the functioning of a particular segment within the organization. Okay, so it's this particular project, the purpose is just to enhance the functioning of a particular segment. So say for the marketing department, they just want to be able to generate more leads and probably convert their leads into sales. Probably that's what they are just trying to optimize, just that particular segment. Remember, we are talking about the scope of a project. So sometimes the particular project can it might be industry wide, but this one now is just relegated to a certain aspects of the business, which as in this context just the marketing department. So that's a very small scope anyways. So maybe you're just trying to enhance the functioning of a particular segment within the organization. So in this case, the initial phase may entail a comprehensive examination of existing practices encompassing staff roles, job responsibilities, and current work procedures. So what we're saying is in the initial phase for this might be that, oh, you just want to examine the existing practices, meaning you get on calls with them, you do a lot of you do a lot of interview sessions with them to understand their practices. Okay, this is what you're supposed to do every day. How do you go about it? What tools do you use? What departments do you receive input from? What departments do you give output to? You're trying to understand everything that concerns that department. So you're examining their current practices, the existing practices. Then you want to understand the hierarchy or the organogram of that department. Okay, so in this department now, how many people are in this department? Oh, okay. So in this department, do you have an head? How many heads do you have? Do you have a DGM? Do you have, do you have, okay, you have head of department, do you have assistant? You want to understand everything. So because you want to know what goes on. Is it that there are two heads in the department and maybe people receive different conflicting uh, conflicting rules or rules of procedure from different people? So you want to understand how it spirals down from the head of the department. So you want to understand their staff roles, who is responsible for this, who does this. Okay, so when you do this aspect of the work, who do you pass it on to? Okay, what is your own description? You want to understand all of that. You want to understand their job responsibilities and their current work procedures. What tools do you use? Do you carry out your responsibilities manually? Do you still use sheet of paper to write down your maybe when you want to do your job, do you pen them down on sheet of paper, or do you use something like Microsoft Word? Do you make phone calls? Do you use maybe Microsoft packages, or do you write emails? So you want to understand all the tools they have. Do you have existing softwares that I use? So you want to understand everything. Then sometimes the problem can be inadequate training of this staff. So it might not be the system problem. It might be human problem, people problem. They are not adequately trained. They don't know how to use the system. So it's not going to deliver it won't deliver the results they expect. So that's why a critical analysis of this has to be done for you to understand um where the problem lies. So the primary focus of this analysis could be on evaluating options for the future business system. The primary focus of this analysis could be on evaluating different options for the future business system. So, okay, yeah, to give them different options, you already know where the problem lies, and then you are expected to give them different options. Okay, so the solution could be that you train your staff on the use of this. Maybe you have a 3-day training on how to use Microsoft Office 365, or you train them on, okay, there is already a solution in use in the department, but some people are not up to date on how to use it. Maybe then you train them, or maybe they need to go for external training, like maybe for business analysts, they go out and get certified, right? So maybe they just need better orientation, better training. So you evaluate the options for the future business system, or maybe you really need to introduce a new solution. Maybe you need to introduce an ERP. Maybe you need to introduce an ERP. Maybe you need to digitalize some of their processes. Maybe you need to uh, um, review their processes. Okay, so they receive inputs from the financial, maybe the accounting department, and give outputs to maybe inventory. But then the response time is very slow. How do you align that? So you are trying to evaluate the option. So why don't you do it this way, that on the system it's automatic? Do you understand? So there are different options that you need to evaluate that would help improve their business system, and that's why you are there as a business analyst. Okay, so conversely, other projects may be centered on IT system requirements. Other projects may be centered on IT system requirements, emphasizing the potential use of technology to enhance the business system. Okay, so you need some other in some other cases, maybe you're just trying to encourage them to learn how to use more technological tools, right? Maybe they need to know how to use Bizagi, they need to learn how to use Pencil to prototype their products, or maybe they need to learn how to use Trello to plan their activities or their tasks. So it could be emphasizing on the potential use of technology to enhance their business system. So, while understanding the overall situation and considering various stakeholder perspectives remains important, the analysis will primarily revolve around the IT aspects. So, it will primarily revolve around the IT aspect. So, the stakeholder perspectives are important, right? But then you are giving more um more priorities to the IT aspect. So, subsequent sections of this chapter, do you understand, will delve into the various stages of the process model, and to serve as a comprehensive guide to navigate the complexities of business analysis projects. So, this is where I'll be stopping for today. This is where we'll be stopping for today. Then next week, we'll delve into investigating the situation alongside the investigation techniques. So, questions now. I think I can take your questions in the next few minutes before we call it a day. Questions, and maybe your contributions too. You can just use your chat box. Use your chat box. I hope people are not tired. Uh, understand that it's been a long day. Uh, are there any questions? If not, I would hand over to Edith, who would take it on from here.
All right. Thank you so very much. I guess we don't have questions because your presentation was ongoing, you also attended to questions. Okay. So I guess we've been able to answer all questions. So thank you very much, Christy, for taking us through this class and course. And I believe everybody on the call has learned so much from this session. So next next weekend, we'll be looking at, like you rightly mentioned, we're looking at the investigation technique on business analysis. So thank you very much. We can all appreciate her with a round of applause, and of course your appreciation in the chat box or chat room. All right, thank you for being with us today. And we've come to the end of today's session, and Mercy kindly shared the assessment link for this class in the chat room. So everybody is advised to take the assessment. We will be sharing the slides in the chat room or chat group on WhatsApp, so you can also have the material to read up. So before our next class, kindly ensure that you have taken your assessment before the next class. Okay. Okay, sorry for that break in transmission. I was automatically disconnected. All right, so please ensure you take your assessment before the next class. And if you have any questions or clarifications, please chat in the chat room on WhatsApp and we will attend to it. All right, and I want to believe everybody on the call has filled out the attendance form. All right, so please, we'll see you again next week. Right, and do have a wonderful weekend. See you when we meet next week. Goodbye.